Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Newsday Tuesday. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. What a hatfish. Don't even come at me like that. Don't even come at me like that with some bullshit. Hatfish my ass. Yeah, right off the fucking jump. 21-month subscriber trying to come at me. Trying to come at me with some nonsense. Anyway. This is it. It's the first day. It's 70 degrees and sunny here in California. It's very cold everywhere else, but it's the first. It's official. The first year of Donald Trump's second term is over today. It feels like it's been a lifetime since January 20th, 2024, but or 2025, sorry, but we're here. You're hiding a head surgery scar because they put a new chip in your brain, dude. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's true. They did. They certainly did.
Internet.
They put a new chip in my brain. Wait, what the fuck? Donald Trump's doing a press briefing? What the hell?
If they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came or the country.
All right, well, I don't have much personal news. We'll just go right into it. Let's go.
In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because
holy shit,
he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden,
we're back.
All of the things that all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane.
As opposed to killers who are very sane. These are mentally insane killers.
It's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians.
Yeah, the bad kind of crime.
And they don't
which is the Somalian type of crime. All the people that he pardoned today, that's the good kind of crime, because those were white criminals and also criminals who are directly connected to Trump. See, the Somalians, yeah, they pick these select examples up from jail, not from ICE raids. I know, of course, because ICE does not do apprehensions of like rapist pedophiles. That's local law enforcement, okay? And then those guys go to jail. And then Trump, in an effort to make it seem like every single undocumented immigrant is like a criminal or whatever, will go pick them up from jail and then turn around and say, see, ICE is picking up rapists. You know, ICE is picking up rapists. It's like, no, dude, cops are picking up rapists off the streets, whether undocumented or documented, and then putting them in jail. And then you're going to the jails to do propaganda. And as far as like statistics goes, the amount of violent crime or any kind of crime that undocumented migrants are committing is marginal. Like it is statistically irrelevant in comparison to, you know, American citizens, American born crime. If ICE was actually picking up rapists, they'd be picking you up, Mr. President. They'd be picking your homies up. You missed them saying Somalia isn't a country and Somalians are low IQ. I mean, what's new? But goddamn. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking unimaginably racist.
And these are rough people. These are not... This was all allowed
Do we have a blast
into our
off meme chat or no?
Open borders, these dumbest policies. You know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And,
he loves Delcy Rodriguez. He's like,
nice
the
woman also
Chavistas.
did a very
They're so good.
incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president. and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go.
Here you go. Here
These
you
are
go.
real. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state.
You guys understand that, like,
And these
there
people-
are millions of people living in Minnesota, right? Like, I hope we understand what's going on here.
so far
There are millions of people in Minnesota,
outside of the
and
country,
what Donald Trump is doing here is literally picking up people who have committed prior offenses ranging from like DUIs to rapes and drug trafficking and stuff like that, exclusively on the basis of their immigration status, and making it seem as though he's the one who apprehended these guys. Okay, he did not. And also, it's additionally ironic because when he talks about how these guys are committing fraud, it's like, you're a fraudster. Some of the people that he's bringing up are, they've done domestic violence or like or domestic abuse. And it's like, you've done that. You're literally, you've been found liable in a civil suit for doing a rape to an American citizen. So like, half of these fucking things that he's pulling up are just shit that he's done. And not only that, but also, like I keep repeating over and over again, this is a range of people that have done things over the course of like the past decade or so. Okay? You are singling out people on the basis of their documentation status specifically to make it seem like there is this significant undocumented migrant crime taking place. And it's a very dangerous type of propaganda that he's able to put out there. And unfortunately, the Democrats are totally lost. Like, they cannot push back against this shit at all. They can't just be like, hey man, those guys were in prison. Like, Joe Biden put him in prison. You put him in prison. You know what I mean? Like, those guys they've done the crime and now they're doing the time, like, as is what is supposed to happen. Okay? I don't know about you, but I personally want someone to go to prison if they've done a heinous crime against myself or someone else, right? Like, I want them to go to prison. I don't want them to potentially be free in another country. Like, I want them to go to jail, okay? I want justice to be served. So that's what's so frustrating about this entire process. And the point that these guys have been making over and over again, or have been making since last year or 2 years ago, was that Joe Biden was just not putting undocumented immigrants in jail for doing crimes. And that was bullshit. Okay?
Person that's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff.
Your mom brought you here for birth tourism, big L. Birth tourism? What does that mean?
Criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands.
I'm an American citizen, big dog. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a goddamn American citizen.
10,000.
Okay? So sucks to suck for you.
10,000 criminals. And these are
Birth
serious
tourist.
criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe.
How does it feel having him for another 3 years? Fucking awful.
These are rough ones.
But also, it's awful for everybody else too. Like, it's awful for us here in America because he's doing a bunch of fuck shit here in America. But he's also doing a bunch of fuck shit around the globe. So it just sucks all around, you know?
Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country?
This is insane. How many more hours of him just like browsing through
I'm just looking at
all
this
of the
stuff.
fucking
It's just
all the criminals that like ICE has
Many
gotten
murders.
from
Many,
the
many
American
murders.
prison
people
system?
that murdered.
Is he gonna flip through? This is like literally a decade worth. I know a lot of people will look at this and go, "Oh, this is just like, there's a lot of criminals here." It's like, yeah, dude.
So what?
he pulled up with what, 100 fucking slides in a state where there are, you know, millions of people. Let's see let's look at some statistics, okay? Minnesota population. Minnesota's population is 5.8 million as of 2025. Minnesota, all right, here, hold on. I'll just show you that real quick. Minnesota's population is around 5.8 million, with the latest 2024 estimates placing it at roughly 5.8 million, okay? Minnesota's prison population is 8,000 to 8,300 are incarcerated in Minnesota state prisons, with a total incarceration figure, including local jails and federal facilities, around 17,500, though the exact numbers vary slightly by source, okay? So there's 17,500 people in Minnesota prisons. Okay. 10K criminals, as he says, is 0.1726% of the population. No, that's just the criminal population. So if he's pulling up, like, out of the 17,500 people that are in prison right now, if he's pulling up with, like, I don't know, 100, that is unimaginably marginal. Like, that is ridiculous that he's just like, wait, what the fuck did I end up doing here? How did I do this? How did I?
They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country, and we jeopardize their case.
Let's look at some statistics. Is the problem they don't believe this shit, bro? I mean, yeah, I know it's a dumb argument, but
all allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country.
What this guy is saying is that over the course of like the last couple of decades, we're not talking about like annual apprehensions, because we know what the annual apprehensions are, right? No, I mean 0.1726% of the total population of Minnesota. He said, how can you have a state with 10,000 criminals? But there is, every state has a fuck ton of people who have been jailed.
They could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. Boy, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty. I think somebody did that. I think it was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you did. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before.
I love this shit. Hey, man, you know what we want to see? A binder like that? The Jeffrey Epstein files, okay? We want to see the Jeffrey Epstein files, not the administration's fucking bullshit accomplishments where you write down how you, I don't know, ended like 1 million wars and you took out like 1,000 rapists from prison that were already in prison because previous administrations and the Department of Justice had prosecuted them and thrown them in prison, and now you're taking them out of prison just to do like a whole immigrants are actually fucking up the country
economic growth
propaganda tour.
And America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now.
You
that
can't
are being
listen.
built.
At the end of the day, what do I always say, folks? You cannot out-talk people's pockets hurting. You can yap, but at the end of the day, if motherfuckers are frustrated because everything is so expensive, groceries are expensive, rent is too expensive, 50% of your salary, your wages are going directly to subsidize your landlord's lifestyle, you're not fixing shit. People are mad. You can say, oh, but haven't we done wonderful things? This is literally full tilt Brandonization, baby. Everyone was talking about how like they experience negative real wage growth, okay? Negative real wage growth for 1.5 years under the Biden administration. The economy was in the shitter. And the economy was already in the shitter in 2016 when it was in a much better position than it is now, right? But it was still in the shitter for the average person because of all these things that I talk about all the time. Healthcare, the cost of education, the cost of housing. Like these are things that have exploded in prices, and it's making life unaffordable for so many people. People don't have disposable income. And what was Joe Brandon doing the entire time? He was like, come on, Jack, I'm doing NATO. I'm doing NATO. We're doing the NATOization of Finland instead of the Finlandization of NATO. And it's like, nobody cared about that, man. Nobody cared. They were like, shut the fuck up and fix the prices. Shut the fuck up and fix the prices. And now Trump is doing the same shit, except it's even worse because at least like liberal media was on board with what Joe Brandon was doing in terms of NATO, because at the end of the day, you know, that was in line with like, you voted for this. Are you prepared to deal with the repercussions? You elected this man. This is your boy, your best friend. You love him. Trump and Hasanabi go hand in hand. You both love capitalism, and I love you. JP, I support your stream. Hell yeah, dude. I wanted to bring about the demise of the American empire, and that's why I voted for him illegally. Okay, 61K upvotes, content made for you. Eurowoke versus Amerilibs. Okay, love that. Love that. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. Trump is straight up destroying the American empire. Absolutely. And it's fucking glorious, dude. That's why I voted for him. That's why I voted for him a million times over, you know? Certainly I wasn't like warning over and over again that the Democrats were dropping the ball in spectacular fashion and they were probably going to lose when they were doing Brat's summer dance routines over and over again, celebrating as though they had already won at the DNC, when I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You guys haven't won shit yet. Do you not understand what kind of aggressive posturing Donald Trump is engaging in right now, especially on the issue of immigration? He's going to fucking literally do concentration camps, and none of you motherfuckers are taking this shit seriously. And it turns out he's doing all the things that I said he was going to do. Have you registered Kaya to vote? Kaya, unfortunately, is not a voter. I have registered her to vote, even though she's 3 years old, or about to be 3 years old this year. She refuses to vote because she's a Maoist third worldist and believes that participating in bourgeois democracy is basically saying openly that you are an abject fascist no matter who you vote for. Kaya does not want social fascism. Kaya, like I said, is a Maoist third worldist who is organizing the vanguard, and is very frustrated that a lot of the democratic socialists in the United States of America have actually betrayed Marxist-Leninist principles. Kaya wants siege communism. Okay, Kaya wants siege communism now. So, you know, the Bolsheviks, and yeah. So she refuses. She is an accelerationist. She thinks it's awesome that America is falling apart.
And you would have had disinvestment.
Hello?
And you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? Was it $7 billion? And it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court.
Bite the hand that feeds Kaya, rise up, fight the power.
They were fighting for him. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion.
She wants perpetual revolution. She is not a trot. She would take a lot of offense to that.
SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron,
she is a strict anti-revisionist.
General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago.
I don't think you guys understand. Kaya is, I'm telling you, she is
and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars.
Strict.
Paris did it. I don't know what the
Orthodox, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist.
I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than
she loves. I mean, look, her entry point into Maoism, into Mao Zedong thought, was because she loves walks. Okay, she loves going on walks, and she loves going. And what is the greatest walk of all time, historically speaking? The Long March, right? Like, she is. This was her entry point into Mao Zedong thought. Is like she wanted to go on the longest walk of all time, and basically gather support for what would become the People's Liberation Army.
And tremendous income, you know, we have. And by the way, no inflation.
This is her lore. If you guys want to know more Kaya backstory, this is it.
Biden had inflation and he didn't.
What does Kaya think about Jusha? Jusha, she is, of course, she offers critical support to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the best Korea, the #1 Korea, the popular Korea. And the other day, me and Kaya were having a conversation about that, and she was like, "Listen, you know, I think these last couple of years have proven once again that one of the best possible things that a nation that has been a nation of the periphery could do is to develop nuclear arms and create a robust infrastructure of defense, because countries without nuclear arms have no sovereignty, and therefore Kim Jong-un, the entire Kim dynasty is vindicated for what they have done."
Ever before for any country, because
she keeps saying it, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with you on the nuke stuff. Is this how you have to do now political commentary in the U.S. to stay legally safe? Yeah, I'm not saying these are my opinions. I'm saying that these are Kaya's opinions. What are Kaya's thoughts on Sharia law? She loves it. She loves woke Sharia.
For $10 would sell in New York for $130. It's 13 times more than that even. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by.
So you stole your get nukes policy from Kaya? Yes, I did.
Even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87.
What is this boring old senile man yapping about? Let me tell you what he's yapping about. He's yapping about how he is, how you should pay no mind to how you feel right now. You should pay no mind to your economic circumstances, and that as we are turning the page on the first year of Trump's second term, you should just listen to his words about how wonderful things are and how awesome Trump has been so far. You know, pay no attention to the cost of living and how terrible it is for you, how terrible everything really is for you, and instead pay attention to all this other stuff. Meanwhile, by the way, here's a Sharia law mayor actually doing the thing that he promised he would do. The Mamdani special, in honor of the New York mayor, in honor of the new mayor's city. We are the first in New York City to deliver on his proposal. Big Back Chicken and Gyro, the new mayor of New York City, every day from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., $8 platters. Okay, there you go. There you freaking go. Promises made, promises kept.
It's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. You know, we had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You know, you could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, you know, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said,
yeah, based.
Within 1 month, we had.
Is that good? Am I doing it right? Yeah, based.
8 months.
Yeah, border wasn't secure when Biden was around. Yeah. Yeah, you see.
And I find that hard to believe because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people.
Based. Guys,
the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned.
It's based.
So, I mean, they're not.
What can you say? Fuck around and find out. Yeah, based. Yeah.
They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming.
Is there like a stated purpose of the press briefing? Yes, 1 year. I keep repeating to you guys. I know it feels like, you know, it has been a lifetime, but it has only been 365 days since Trump took over the role of president for the second time. Okay. This is the turning point. This is his first fucking year in office. Now apologize to Euro Maya. Who's Euro Maya?
Have a lot of heart.
So
for
he's
people
doing
that
the
came in
doing the
illegally, but
flex
they're
mode. He's going
good
on.
people,
He's
and they're
going.
working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all.
He's trying to do flex mode where he's like, "Hey, pay no mind to how terrible your pockets are hurting, okay? Listen to my words. Listen to my wonderful words. Listen to how good things actually are. Please."
Illegally. So in theory they should be, but we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from.
Yeah,
And every
based.
country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't say, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take
Listen to
them. They
Mark
said, "Get the hell
Carney's
out of
words
here."
at the World
They
Economic
would
Forum.
be bringing
I
the
love that
plane
Canadians
in
are doing
to
the
land
same
in
thing
the
that they
country,
did
and they
last
put
time
5
when
planes
Justin
in the
Trudeau
room
was
so they couldn't
president,
land the plane.
where they're
So they'd come
straight up
back
in
with
2016
the
when
people
Donald
that
Trump
they were
became
bringing
president.
back.
Canadians were like, well, look at how wonderful our president is. Like, look at how wonderful our leadership it is. They're actually liberal. They're actually smart. They're actually intelligent. And once again,
Cut a
doing the
record
same
number
damn
of
thing, okay?
regulations. I promise to eliminate
Prime
10
Minister,
old
sorry.
regulations. For every one new regulation,
Everybody
instead,
calm
we've got
down, okay?
129 old
I'm in America
regulations.
mode.
Each one
You
adds
need to
things
start
that
realizing
I want to do
that
10.
when I say
my first
president,
4 years I did,
I'm talking
when we
about
put on a
President
new
Trump, which will be your
regulation, you
president
had to
as
cut 8.
well, okay?
This year I said you have to cut 10.
No, but like,
Instead,
this
we
is
cut
what happened last time where they were like,
So
look how
every
great he
time
is. Now,
so
I think
far,
Carney,
can't
I
remain
think
like that, I don't imagine.
Mark
I
Carney
think
is
it
doing a lot
There's
of
so
things
much
that I
waste
like
of
in terms of like
regulation.
sovereignty, in terms of leveraging his relationship with China.
Regulations where they go like
And
California,
Macron
which is a
seemingly is doing that
disaster
as
state.
well. It's very interesting
governor
that
that truly
Donald Trump has been so unstable and so dangerous that he is unironically
He ever ran the
leaning,
country with
forcing
Venezuela.
even European countries to lean into China a little bit.
Tariffs slashed the US
So we
trade
shall see.
deficit by an incredible
We shall see.
77%.
But make no mistake, the reason why you guys are talking about Mark Carney right now is because he's smart. He's competent. That's it. And this man is objectively not very smart or competent. So you want to flex. You want to be like, look at our reasonable and sound leadership here. Okay. Well, isn't that a breath of fresh air? In French polls, 51% of the population believes the United States posed a military threat to France, not just Greenland, but the French territories as well. And among those under 35, the figure reaches 60%. It's about time. Oh, dude, Anglophobia, please, please. France is one of the most Anglophobic countries in the European continent. Please use this to your advantage. Oh my God, LFI victory, please. Please. I would love that. If Jean-Luc Mélenchon was able to, take advantage of the enmity that exists, oh, that would be so sick. That would be so fucking dope, dude. Oh my God.
Than 150
All I want for my friends all around the world is for them to have some dignity in their work, in their labor, a better living standards in general, moving in the direction of a better future. And the only pathway towards that is by, one, developing sovereignty for yourself, ridding yourself of the influence of global capital, and ridding yourself of the influence of America, which is the defender of global capital. Please, please wake up. This is great. If people actually wake up as a consequence of the instability that Donald Trump has created, as a consequence of the instability that Donald Trump represents, oh my God, the world could move in a better direction, I think. One can only dream. One can only dream. Open Presents with 100 gifted. Thank you, Open Presents.
millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting
Mark
factory
Carney is
jobs,
literally
they're
a
getting
pre-Stephen
much
Harper
better jobs and
conservative. Are
much
these people
higher
hypnotized
pay.
by basic competence? Yes, that's what I was
But
trying to explain,
all
is
I
that
have
they
to do
are
is
hypnotized
say,
by
like,
basic
you know,
competence.
what the Democrats do all the time.
I don't perceive Mark Carney as like, I don't perceive Mark Carney doing anything reliably in the direction of like moving Canada towards socialism, but I will still call balls and strikes. And I will still say that I think Mark Carney is definitely infinitely more competent than Justin Trudeau, number one. And his foreign policy has been interesting. His foreign policy attitude has been very interesting to watch from afar. And I will give praise to him where praise is worthy. Okay. I think there are people out there who care about their countrymen. There are people out there who realize the danger that America represents. And I do feel like Mark Carney is not just like responding to the public pressure, but at the end of the day, he's still a fucking banker. Like, he is still going to be a firm and committed defender of international capital, global capital, right? Like,
1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job.
I don't think you've spammed it enough.
So 25%.
Would you move to France if Mélenchon was their president? Well, considering that I said I would move to New York if Zoran won the mayor race, yes, I will move to France if Mélenchon was president. I would move to France.
They just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary, because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are
Carney's WF speech that's getting quotas sounded a lot like third worldism before the first world. Yes, because it's true. Because America has moved in the direction of treating its European and Western allies in the imperial core as though they are developing nation states. And obviously, if you come from any sort of like Marxist tradition, you understand that Marshall Plan and onward, the United States of America has historically also dominated Western Europe and our, and the countries that you would consider to be in the imperial core. They have rid them of their sovereignty. We have rid them of their sovereignty, right? We've done that already, but we did that with niceties. We did that with carrots rather than sticks, or, a little bit of sticks every now and then, but mostly carrots. Okay. But the reality of the matter is now we're moving different. We're openly saying like, nah, just sticks, no more carrots. I'm taking it. Fuck you gonna do about it? We're the United States of America, And what a lot of people still fail to comprehend is that this entire design, this global design, because I know a lot of people can only look at this from like the interests of national sovereignty, right? But what you fail to consider is there is a reason why the people that are in power in your countries, if you're tuning in from Europe, the reason why people in power from your countries are, you don't even know what Carney has said. No, I'm going to listen to it. But there's a reason why even Mark Carney or Macron or Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver, also known as Stalin, Keir Stalin, and every single other leader in Western Europe, the reason why they were elected is the same reason why Democrats get elected here, which is to maintain the same capitalist system with a little bit of deviation from the right flank party, right? Or the right flank coalition if you're in a parliamentary system. Having said that, ultimately it's still to reinforce and defend the capitalist global design. That is the reason why they, for the most part, have to sit around and allow America to dominate them, because America is the defender of this global capitalist system. That's it. So until there is a different ideological organization out there, so you hate America? No. If I hated America, I wouldn't live here. Okay? If I hated the United States of America, I wouldn't live here. I want to make America actually great. Okay? I want America to reach its genuine potential. If I hated America, I'd be a Republican. Okay? Because let's be real. I mean, even before Donald Trump, if you think about George W. Bush and onward, like the reality of the matter is Republicans are a far more devastating terrorist, both around the globe and certainly to America as well, than Al-Qaeda ever could be. Okay? Osama bin Laden wishes he could do the amount of damage that like a Donald Trump can do, an Elon Musk can do to the United States of America. Numbers on the board. Osama bin Laden killed 3,000 American citizens on 9/11. Okay. I can't even comprehend what the casualty numbers will look like when we figure out the totality of death that has been caused by sanctions around the globe, or all of the people that die as a consequence of not being able to receive health care because health care has to remain private, which, by the way, Democrats play a role in this as well. It's the same consensus that I was talking about. Or the number of people that have died because we just unceremoniously pulled out of, U.S. aid funding, right? All around the world, like little children that were relying on American aid, and the farmers that were getting fucking subsidies as a consequence of U.S. aid. I'm not even a U.S. aid fan, and I still recognize that that number. Like, there is so much. I'm not closed-minded. Hassan is smart, which is why I'm here as an independent trying to get his perspective. Yeah, I do not hate America. I want America to actually be great. I don't want America to continue spiraling down this fascist path that it's on, as this American empire is slowly receding into this like weird place.
Doing this work. And, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes.
Bin Laden should have actually moved to the United States of America, became a Republican, and then won office, and he would have done more damage overall to the United States of America.
Had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents, and her father in particular, I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump.
The fuck is this man talking about, man?
It's terrible. I was told by a lot of people. They said, "Oh, he loves you. He was a." I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible place.
Wait, now he's saying.
And we also stopped.
Wait, now he's giving credit to Renee Good because her father is a Trump fan?
So in Somalia, the Somalians, what they're good at? That's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up.
Bro hates Somalis, bro. Dude, where the fuck is this? Dude, Somali this, Somali that. Motherfucker, what is happening, bro? What is happening? Where did this come from? What is...
insurance policy.
Like, did they just dial in on Somalis because they realized, like, 1, they're black, 2, they're Muslim, 3, Israel wants to do Somaliland so they can have a base across the water line from Yemen, and all of it ties together, I guess, somehow. Like, what the fuck? Where did this, like, Somali derangement syndrome come from, bro? No, it's not Nick Shitley's influence. Nick Shitley happened to be the opportunist that was in the right place at the right time, so he got base boosted. Because Donald Trump was shitting on Somalis before Nick Shitley made that video.
They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here. Comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's
Isn't
not
that crazy?
This is pleasurable.
It's like, bro, you made that up. Yeah, it is crazy.
This country was going to be destroyed quickly. very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type, I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, "Hey, let's get somebody else." This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, "Oh, let's take him out. Let's put somebody." That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, "You know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters. One guy is winning by a lot, and they say, "Oh, let's take this guy out. Let's put a new fighter in the ring with him." That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, "Who the hell is she?" But that didn't work out too well for them. But never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the
We did
Gulf
that
of
very
Mexico,
powerfly.
And now it's the
Yeah, bro.
Gulf of
How is this?
America.
How is this helping you pay rent?
92%
Okay, can you pay rent with we
Yes,
designated English as the first language of
Well,
America?
Mexico has a small
No.
percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people work so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, in China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It had nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one.
Before they would
your
separate
lover.
you, they would say, oh, you have a child. Well, you can't actually. You're not allowed to have babies. We hate children. That's right. The woke Sharia mob would come in. They had the mortality police. They'd say, time for an abortion. And the white moms would say, please, no, no, don't take away my baby. The liberal police force would say, yes, we're taking the baby away. We're doing a post-birth abortion.
To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, bad guys. You look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But
yeah,
what they don't
towns
know
look
is that we
better
took
with
over 2,000
American military
people out
deployed.
permanently out of DC. These were career criminals.
It looks better. Interesting.
But I feel much better
This
seeing
is
those
insane.
I went in a
Okay,
couple of times
towns
and
look much better with military deployments is a crazy thing to say.
very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that.
Bro, even like
Secret Service
even
wouldn't
in
let me.
China where the PLA
They weren't
is
thrilled anyway.
uniquely all
like
up
they
and
were
down
thrilled.
like neighborhoods, right? Like they will
did
at the
it,
very least
and it was-
hide amongst like
DC
the
is a great
civilian
thing.
buildings.
We have,
You know what I mean? Because with the exception of like Tiananmen Square and maybe some of these other sites, nobody wants to see fucking militarized units walking down the streets. We don't even want
Chicago down
we don't even want
25%,
like
even though we
the
just had
militarized
minimal
police
we
walking
brought,
down the streets. For the longest time in the United States history,
we brought-
cops basically had fatigues on, but like, you know, the blue garb, like they didn't have this level of like military gear. Now it's virtually indistinguishable. You cannot distinguish between an ICE agent and a fucking military deployment. So much so that like the National Guard, when they're being deployed to an area of need, have to wear like high visibility vests so people can make that distinction between who is actually a fucking part of the military and who is just a regular ass beat cop versus a federalized, a federal law enforcement agent. It's crazy. Nobody wants to see militarized units or directly the military on American streets. I feel like this is fundamentally un-American, okay? And even a country that has a very different way of doing business, right? That's the reason why I brought up China. Even then, they will literally, they'll have barracks or whatever, right? In the middle of a city. And if they have barracks in the middle of a city, it's still hidden to make it seem like it's a civilian fucking area. Like you can obviously, you know, it's a barracks, but you at least don't see it because like visualizing military in fucking normal, regular streets is a terrifying prospect for most people. Yeah, PLA also don't carry weapons when they're, what the fuck?
more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary
It's cool when we do it,
cities,
bro.
and
Come
I
on.
hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay.
Bro,
They
did
can
Trump
sue
actually
us, and maybe
posted
they'll
this?
Win.
What?
But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster.
Oh my
In other
God.
places. I don't know if it started
Okay,
in
no
New
more
York. I
jokes. No
remember
more
it
jokes. I'm
starting
sorry.
in New York.
I'm sorry.
So
I apologize. I apologize for joking. I should have never joked. Okay? I should have never joked. This was a fucked up joke. I feel like the Laura Loomer theory is becoming a reality. The Laura Loomer is sitting in the chat and listening to my jokes and then writing them down only to go and tell Trump what to do is becoming a theory like the theory of gravity is a theory, okay? Anytime I'm like, haha, what do you think is going to happen? Look, between Greenland and America, what is the country in between? Perhaps they will seize it. Perhaps they will take it. It's like the next day, Donald Trump will post this fucking visual. Haha, we're just, I'm putting Starmer in the cuck chair. You've doomed us, Canadians, Hassan. What have you done? Brother, once again, critical support to Canada in its anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist action. Okay, critical support to Canada. I see you. I hear you. I ride with you. Okay, I promise. It's becoming less and less of a joke by the day. But
I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget. I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them. The Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have.
I thought the joke was about Norway. No, I mean, it was about Canada and Norway.
They live on the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive.
Do with that information what you will. Norwegians.
It wasn't normal. You're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you're looking at all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to argue. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry, because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, fake stories.
He's been posting about Dominion voting machines again. Oh my God, what the fuck is wrong with him?
That's a terrible thing. The pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. It was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that.
Oh my God, it's so They're
Israel
such
and Iran.
Dick suckers too. All of these other fucking nation state leaders are just like, Mr. President, you are the GOAT. You are the legend. You are killing it. Europeans were doing this too until recently. Like, remember that. The Euro chatters, your leadership was doing the same shit.
Pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam?
I know, not Carney any longer.
Dam,
I know.
I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it. This country would. I don't know. Maybe it was
I ain't European. I am Balkan.
But I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat.
So you're Ottoman.
What a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan, President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan, they were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of the both countries in my office. Beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, you know? Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I say millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? She's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on getting.
Watch Tate's new PBD interviews at Kaplan's with fucking young people and shilling socialism. Who's Tate?
We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is.
Brother, I'm sorry, but if you're still relying on these goddamn grifters for like a consistent position, you're out of your damn mind, okay? Please stop fucking entertaining these people.
One war.
Like, please, I beg of you. I don't care. It's like the same shit. It's like the same shit between Sneeko. Sneeko yesterday, like, Sneeko was doing the Heil Hitler shit the other day, right? And how ironic that... Wait, Tate McRae? Tate McRae? Tate McRae went on fucking Valuetainment Patrick Bet David? What? Wait, what? Tate McRae went on fucking... PBD? No, it was Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, man. Y'all are such fucking dumbasses, dude. Okay, so I'm over here furiously Googling Patrick Bet David Tate McRae, okay? Thinking that an interview was actually conducted. Tate McRae would be so strange. Dude, how are you not pissed that Patrick hasn't invited you? It's by design. He doesn't... There are guys on the right who are, for some weird reason, terrified of having a conversation with me because I think like they normally do like peaceful interviews. They don't do like contentious interviews at all, unless it's like with Sam Cedar or whatever. And guys like that know that if I were to have a conversation with them, I'd be able to like reach their audience. So they're genuinely fucking terrified of having someone like myself on. Because like they have actually asked me, if you remember, like Patrick Bet David actually asked me to be on, and then they reached back out and were like, sorry, we meant Hassan Minhaj. So guys like that are truly worried about like they have like a operating blacklist. Same with like Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is obviously better at like holding a contentious conversation. But even then, like Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, a lot of these like right-wing content creators, they choose not to have people like myself on because they're worried that like I would make a very convincing argument that their audience would respond positively to, and I think that's the reason. Because it's not like I'm shy about it. Like I would go on fucking Patrick Bet David. I would go on all these different shows. They just don't want to do it because I think they're just like very worried.
Australia, Malaysia, Thailand,
Like
Ukraine,
I would talk to
Japan,
Candace
and
Owens, I
many
would talk to
others,
Tucker
where
Carlson.
you have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably, with all the illegals. You know, China probably knows more accurately.
Why would Patrick Bet David have? Why would Patrick Bet David have Sam Cedar on twice, but not you? Because I appeal to a very different thing that right wingers understand better than anybody else, which is aesthetics. When someone like myself goes on a right wing platform, I have a way to have a conversation with like right wingers where the audience responds positively to it because of the way I carry myself, the way I look, the way I sound. Whereas like Sam Cedar is still going to have an intellectual conversation where I can just like have a conversation about like, you know, dumb shit that right wingers like, you know, silly shit like taking Zin in my fucking Trump assassination Zintin. Stuff like that plays a big role for right wingers. They love that because MAGA is basically a coalition that initially was put together through resentment. It's not like there is no like real ideological investment that these you know, ideologically disciplined people are advancing. They're not like, oh yeah, I really love that we're doing, you know, fascism or whatever. It's not. It's just all built together with aesthetics. So if it's built together with aesthetics and vibes, it's actually much easier to penetrate and much easier to destroy with aesthetics and vibes. And I think that's what it is.
Not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than $500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid 500. They paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended, the UN Relief and Works Agency we ended, and the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another Rick. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it.
How long is this?
Years,
it's impossibly
they
long.
They were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people.
Bro, this is focusing on the horse buggy economy at a time when like cars are being mass produced, being like, nope. What about the horse carriage and buggy economy? That's where we're at right now. America is focusing on the past, while other countries are moving in the direction of the future. This is yet another alarming signal of a declining empire. And as someone who has obviously studied this quite a bit, both in the Ottoman Empire and studied this in college as well, I am telling you right now, this is yet
Permanently
another
stop. Joe Biden's
major
ridiculous cafe standard
major
that's having to do with the environment.
moment
So
of
we
alarm,
cancel
moment
the
of panic
repairs.
that this is a telltale sign of
Totally
declining
absurd.
empires.
Tailpipe
This is what we're
emission
doing.
standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands.
I gotta pee.
It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The numbers, the cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars, which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's a bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly. As you saw for many years, they respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people.
EV
at General
adoption is
Motors
entirely
the other
stalled in the
day,
United
and
States.
they
Of
are
course.
making more money and building more cars.
No, we
than
moved.
They are
We moved
doing so
against
good.
it. Like
All because
this
of tariffs
is
and what I've
straight
done.
up. That was one of the first things that Trump did was no more EVs. Like we're taking away the incentives, we're taking away the tax credits, and it's so crazy because a big part of the IRA and all the bills, like the industrial bills that came from the Biden administration, was unironically focusing on battery manufacturing plants and things like that. they straight up were like, no more solar. You're gonna fucking drive a gas guzzler and you're gonna like it. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just it's very clear that the way that we are playing this game now is we know that China is the monopoly on renewables. Like they own the future of energy, okay? And we're gonna break the game. We're gonna flip the table instead of playing the game. Like that's what it is. Canada's EV deal with China shows how U.S. belligerence is driving allies away. It's also stranding the once powerful U.S. auto industry, now doomed to make domestic gas guzzlers and exists as a footnote globally. I brought this up before when Donald Trump was doing these tariffs conversations, like during Liberation Day, if you recall, where I was like, dude, we are moving away from producing smaller vehicles that would potentially be good in, foreign markets, because we've decided we can just force them to purchase our giant cars that you need a commercial driver's license to drive in places, on the European continent, giant cars that won't fit in the narrow roads in European cities. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yes, force. Yes, it's called forcing. When America is not making a competitive product and says, you are going to fix this trade deficit by force. When America says you have to fix this trade deficit and the only thing we're selling is chlorinated chicken and ginormous gas guzzlers that you need a commercial driver's license to drive in European cities that won't fit in fucking European cities, then yeah, what do you think? What can they purchase? They can either, we sell chlorinated chicken, we sell major gas guzzlers, like that are fucking tanks, and we sell guns. That's the only thing we manufacture. So if we are telling them fix the trade deficit by force or else you get fucking tariffed, or else we just like do everything in our power to cripple your economy. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? That's precisely what it is. It's by force. We sell HGH beef too. Exactly. We sell agricultural products that are not up to the standards of other countries' own regulatory agencies. We sell vehicles that are not compatible with the cities in Europe or cities all around the world, really, because they're ginormous. And we are forcing it. We're doing the opposite of China in many respects, where China looks to other countries' needs and creates a robust manufacturing base like that can make up for the demand that exists in foreign markets and flood those foreign markets with incredibly affordable commodities that they want to purchase. China makes things that people want. America forces things that people don't want on them. And what's so crazy about it, what's so crazy about this, what's so frustrating about it is that we are a very wealthy country. So if we wanted to, we're a very wealthy country. If we wanted to, we could focus on R&D. We could focus on building a industrial base if we chose to do so. We could focus on developing better relationships with a country like China so that we can participate in this global supply chain that we designed in a more meaningful way without trying to go to war with China. But we don't want to do any of those things. Why are you hating on American central planning? Okay, you're failing to comprehend something that I'm saying. American central planning does not benefit the labor class. American central planning benefits the capital class. American central planning has always existed. American central planning is existed in this decentralized nature, this quote unquote decentralized nature. Ironically enough, it's not. Well, what the hell? Hello? Are you there? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Hello? Was there a brief F or something? Okay, there was a mini F. All right. American central planning exists, chatters. It has existed. We have subsidies. The problem is those subsidies go back to capital owners. They don't go back to benefiting the labor class at all. And that is the problem. Chinese central planning is done at the behest of labor. American central planning is done at the behest of what the fuck? What is happening?
Legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS, and they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in $6.25 billion, started with nothing. And he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets. And, you know, they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with the fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the
Is
mayor.
he stroking
They didn't
out?
wanna
What the
do it.
fuck's
They wanted
happening?
To protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's
Yeah, we don't have enough
amazing.
electricity.
We
We don't have the appropriate grid for renewable energy. We don't have the grid for renewables. We don't have the grid for electric vehicles, but we have the fucking electrical grid for data centers,
permit.
so that we can do AI. We can do generative AI over and over again.
Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los
Fucking
Angeles,
awesome,
he's
dude.
neutral, who decided to go to Africa.
Meanwhile, your fucking electricity bill is literally subsidizing that shit. Just remember that.
I got right after the fire. I went there. She said, we're working on it
Based.
so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it.
Fucking awesome,
And I said,
dude.
we're going to get you
I love
fast
it
permits, and
personally.
we get them within 2 weeks.
I'm always
And they
saying
come-
more, please. More of that. That seems good.
Plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or other.
Like, how does this benefit you exactly? If you're like a regular ass American, okay, if you're like a plumber, how does this benefit you? You only see the negative. You only experience the downsides of this in the when your electricity bill is like triple the fucking number that it used to be. Okay, that's it. You don't see any benefits from this at all, dude. I can make AI edits. Okay, is that better? Cheaper electricity bill, but you don't get to make the ugliest fucking generative AI shit you've ever seen, versus triple the cost of your electricity bill, but then you get to make like an AI girlfriend. You get to jerk off to an AI girlfriend. I feel like that's not the cost benefit analysis here is just not making sense.
That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead, and it's the hottest country in the world right now, and that's after 1 year. So let's go. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have two questions for you. One, do you want your Board of Peace to replace the UN?
Well, it might. I mean, the UN just hasn't been very helpful. I'm a big fan of the UN potential, but it has never lived up to its potential. The UN should have settled every one of the wars that I settled. I never went to them. I never even thought to go to them. They should be able to settle those wars. They don't. I believe you got to let the UN.
You guys want to
continue
hear something really
because,
funny, by the way,
potential
about
is-
this like AI boom too? Who do you think is making the generators for all of these American data centers, by the way? We're making the RAM, and we're making the GPUs and stuff. So that's beneficial for NVIDIA and whatnot. But who do you think is making those fucking generators? Everyone in the chat knows already. Is China, baby. That's right. Is China. So the entire like data center boon that you're experiencing in America is still tremendously beneficial for Chinese manufacturing. So even on that front, that's another fucking L that this dumbass is taking.
We're doing numbers.
You don't
that
make the RAM and
nobody's ever
GPU.
thought
I just mean like
We're
at
the
least
richest we
an
ever were.
American.
It's because of
an American
tariffs. And the
company is at some part of that productive process, and therefore can justify these, or not justify, but like therefore it's beneficial for their stock portfolio, for their stock evaluation in general. Like that's what I mean when I say like at least the fucking NVIDIA is putting numbers on the board, which then makes American investors feel like there's something to invest. There's still some growth, right? Tech is the one industry the U.S. still has advantage in, but like that's also going away. China is heavily investing in the field of tech. They're heavily investing in robotics, especially. So even that area is one where like America will get squeezed out. You know,
immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back. Like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along.
I'm
very
not
well.
sure what you mean by China is making them. It's mostly American companies involved.
Told Norway's prime minister.
Brother, the generators that are being utilized in the data centers are being made directly in China by Chinese manufacturers. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no other.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway.
Okay,
And
sorry.
I believe very strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask them to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not.
Generators are not the right term. I mean, okay, the batteries and different components of the generators are still being made in China.
And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
President Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think.
What the fuck does that mean? That was ominous as shit.
We'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that
he said you'll find out what we'll do to Greenland. Oh my
that
lord!
We'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country.
I'm sorry, you'll find out. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? You'll find out.
Of income limit where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country.
This is
I believe
insane,
we can do
dude.
that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead? I
think that when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria, sir.
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. But what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional. but now we seem not to.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election.
Lindell TV!
Now
He's like,
that
shut the fuck up.
in U.S. custody,
A real American heroic
has any more
journalist is
information emerged that
talking.
you could share
Michael
with us
Pillow.
regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
I don't think I would be doing that. I think
This is the wealthiest country on the planet.
Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
What happens to the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are you
look,
willing to use force?
you know, take a look at the word license. Take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos. And we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland.
Ooh, I got
And
chills.
I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
I cannot believe that the Venezuela QAnon thing is still going on with the Dominion voting machines. It's literally something that was.
Macron?
It's
No, I
something
wouldn't
that
do
caused awards in a court of law. Okay, like Dominion successfully sued Fox News and numerous other outlets for pursuing this idiotic defamatory statement over and over again. And they won. They won billions. It's fucking crazy.
He's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think, you know, I have meetings with the people that are directly involved, not some of the people you're talking about.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
You know,
New
I've
Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many.
Yes.
I hope
We
have a
love
very
you.
good- I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happening. But we need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy 1 year anniversary.
Thank you.
And my question is on Syria. The Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some Syrian elements within the Syrian government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us. But we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds. That's correct.
Dude, why? I mean, dude, come on. That's like that is another bipartisan thing, okay?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we.
America will always give weapons to the Kurds, Kurdish militias, and then very quickly go, all right, Turkey, do your thing. And now they're doing it again. Now it's happening again, this time with the HTS regime. Like, it's just, everybody saw that coming. That was, I mean, Donald Trump is like, oh yeah, we're working very hard to protect the Kurds. Meanwhile, like, Rojava is dissolved, liquidated. All of the fucking Kurdish militias that were, I mean, there's videos coming out of the region where they're like straight up like the former ISIS militants that are now a part of like the Syrian army. The Salafist brigades are fucking like decapitating people. And this guy's over here being like, oh, we'll save the Kurds. We'll save them for sure.
I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow, Israel ally SDF is dissolved. What a shame. Yeah, you're right, dude. For the record, make no mistake, I am aware of the allegiances that Kurds design for themselves in the region, America, and sometimes even Israel. But if you think that the current Syrian government is like anti-Israel, you're fucking delusional.
Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, I mean, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last time. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office and from what Biden had, way down. We're going to bring them down further. But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5, in some cases $6 or $7. We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down, and we're going to bring them down further.
Totally.
But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. I mean, the Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil left. We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon.
Are there serious journalists in there? I feel like there's not. They're not asking. Yeah, guess what, dude? There are, but they've been neutered effectively. And not only that, but also Trump just doesn't call on them.
Is the military option still on the table? And
Brother, Trump just told one of these journalists to shut the fuck up because he wanted the Mike Lindell lady with the fingerless gloves to talk, okay? What do you think is happening in that room?
Where are you from?
I'm Palestinian American.
So with Iran, they were going to hang 837 people. And I let them be known that, and we let them know that if that happens, that will be a very bad day for them. And they decided not to do it. They didn't hang the people. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future, but supposedly they've taken that off the table. But they were going to, last week, they were going to hang on Thursday or Wednesday. They were going to hang, I think, 837 people. And they didn't hang anybody. So we're just going to have to see what happens with Iran. Is the military option off the table?
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump. Thank you, President
Go
Trump.
ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, I'll take your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
President.
right here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You promised during your second inaugural to always put America first. I'm curious, how would you winning the Nobel Peace Prize improve the lives of average, everyday Americans? Why is this prize so important?
It wouldn't improve the lives of any, but what improved the lives of people are people that are living. I saved probably tens of millions of lives in the wars. You know, if you add up the numbers, just if you look at any one of those wars, you're talking about
I'm
millions
saving
of people.
lives
You
every
multiply
day.
times 8. But when you look at India and Pakistan,
Think about it.
That could have been 10, 15,
I have
20
a
million
nuclear
people.
arsenal, and here I am not nuking Greenland. That's 55,000 lives I've saved by not nuking Greenland yet. I might do it. But I haven't done it yet. And therefore, all 55,000 Greenlanders are being saved. I'm the peace president.
Americans wrong to still feel high prices? And how much longer does the White House hope that they
So I
will
think a
stay
lot of
patient?
people are listening to the fake news a little bit. And I'm not blaming anybody. I think I blame ourselves. I think we've done a much better job than we're able to promote.
We've hired Will Stansel, brilliant guy. He's come out with a new statement. It's called Vibe Session. He calls it all the inflation rhetoric is actually all vibes. We've hired him because of his good work when Brandon was president. It's vibeflation, vibe session. It's all vibes. Everyone's being deluded by the fake news.
And they don't talk about it.
Stancil is literally doing more than you right now. Chill on the hate. First of all, suck me from the back and the front. I'm giving credit to Will Stancil for, all the anti-ICE support that he's doing. But to say that, like, he's doing more than you right now is fucking ridiculous, okay? Give me a goddamn break. I've been out there in the fucking streets since the beginning of this administration.
But if you go back a year and a half, 2 years, take a look at those prices and look at the prices.
Yeah, people are quick to forget what Will Stancil had done leading up to the election. All of a sudden, three, four ride-alongs, and all of a sudden everyone's like, I mean, look, I'm gonna give him credit too. He is doing ride-alongs now. I mean, he's going out and doing Ice Watch, and that's fucking awesome. I think that's a spectacular thing. He recognizes that the real. He recognizes what the real problem is here, which is the Trump administration. But
they have released a lot of political prisoners in Venezuela.
Mr. President, earlier on last year, you had indicated that you wanted to take back the Panama Canal. I know we've heard a lot about Greenland. Is that still on the table?
I don't want to tell you that. Sort of. I must say, sort of. That's sort of. Okay, one more. Yes, blonde. Blue. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead with the blue, holding the computer.
If a consequence of your determination to take control of Greenland is the ultimate breakup of the NATO alliance, is that a price you're willing to pay?
You mean the breakup of it's very
the
interesting.
NATO alliance.
So I think something's going to happen that's going to be very good for everybody.
What?
Nobody's done more for NATO than I have, as I said before.
What?
In every way. Getting them to go up to 5% of GDP was something that nobody thought was possible. And pay. At 2%, they weren't paying. At 5%, they are paying. And they're buying a lot of things from us, and they're giving them, I guess, to Ukraine. That's up to them, but they're giving them to whoever they're giving them to, but they're buying a lot. I think that we will work something out where NATO is going to be very happy, and where we're going to be very happy. But we need it for security purposes. We need it for national security and even world security. It's very important. How about it?
My goat is bringing about multipolarity and destroying NATO. He is forcing Europe he's forcing Europe's hand into maintaining sovereignty. My king.
Proud of the effort that you've put
I do, actually. I think God is very proud of the job I've done. And that includes for religion. You know, we're protecting a lot of people that are being killed, Christians, and Jewish people. And
now we know why Ryan Ruth did what he did. Ryan Ruth was a time traveler. Ryan Ruth was actually from the future when he tried to do what he did.
I think a lot of people are very proud of the job we've done. We've had an amazing year. This has been one of the greatest years. Even some people that wouldn't necessarily love me instinctively, they're saying this was an incredible year. We've had an incredible year economically. Look at our border. Our border was a disaster. People poured. It was an invasion into our country of a lot of very bad people. Good people too, but a lot of very bad people from prisons and drug dealers and gangs and horrible people, murderers. Thousands and thousands of murderers allowed into our country. And we now have the strongest border of any country. There's probably not a country, I guess North Korea has a pretty strong border, by the way, but there's not a country in the world that has a border like we do. And we took it from the worst border. We had the worst border in the world. Now we have one of the strongest borders in the world. One more question.
That you're confident something's going to get worked out in Greenland, but Greenlanders have made it clear they don't want to be part of the U.S.
Well,
what gives the U.S. the right to take away that self-determination?
When I speak to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled.
Oh, totally. Dude, yeah, he's going to convince them.
I've had such a good relationship. I've made it so much better, so much stronger. It's so good now. NATO is so much stronger now.
I kind of want to know what Asmongold is going through right now with all the Greenland conversations, because he has to watch Trump and he can't take a fucking takeover Greenland position. It's got to be interesting because he has a lot of Europeans in his chat.
We had a NATO at 2%.
A lot of European MAGA that's like kind of pissed off at Trump right now. So I wonder what he will say.
NATO's, whether you like it or not, it's only as good as we are. If NATO doesn't have us, NATO is not very strong. Yes, no, behind you, please.
Thank you, President Trump.
Yes, go ahead.
Really appreciate it, sir. We heard a long list of accomplishments from the last year. Could you cherry pick the top 3? And then looking forward, what are your 3 most important priorities in 2026?
So I think the building of a really powerful military has been a great achievement, and that would include the Venezuela thing. That would include the attack on Iran and the wiping out of the nuclear threat. I think that's been really amazing what we've done militarily. I think what we've done in business has been incredible.
Incredible journalism,
$18 trillion
Chad.
coming in. Plants are being built all over the thousands
Journalism
of plants
like
are
you've
being
never
built
seen
all over the
before.
country. 18 trillion is a record. No country has ever come anywhere even close to that. I think that's a record. And I think that most favored nations for drugs is something that nobody thought they'd be able to get. Tariffs helped me there because the nations would have never gone along with it if I wasn't able to say, if you don't go along with it, we're going to put a 10 or 15 or 20% tariff on your nation. And they went along. And our drug prices are going to come down at numbers never even seen before, never even thought possible before. So those would be 3 things. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you very much.
He did the thing. He did this. The Slytherin. Thank you. Oh, that's gonna be a funny ass That's gonna be a funny ass visual. I love that one when he walks away. Oh, here it is. Here, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you. Demon. Demonic. The reptilian hiss. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's fucking awesome. Okay. That was awful, but it's something we haven't seen in a while. Donald Trump going out and talking to the press directly. There you go, Hogwatch. European roaches in the comments aren't saying base Trump anymore. Trump just uploaded this to his Truth Social. 2 AI-generated pictures remapping Greenland and Canada. This is Asmongold's subreddit. Okay. For those of you who are just tuning in, you might not know this, but Asmongold is the #1 MAGA dick writer on this platform. And as the #1 MAGA dick writer, he has to dick write everything that Donald Trump says and does. But unfortunately, Asmongold has a problem. And the problem is he is audience captured. He is tremendously audience captured. And his audience happens to be majority European MAGA supporters. But for the first time since Trump became president, the majority European MAGA dick riders are very frustrated. They're very frustrated with what the Trump administration is doing, especially as it pertains to denying sovereignty to the European continent. What the fuck is happening, man? My goddamn internet keeps going in and out today. Okay? Yeah, mini F, micro F, but it's fine. We're still here. It's still going on. But as I was saying, now he's got two competing issues here. One, he has to eat Trump's dick. 2, he has to eat his audience's dick. And because his audience is primarily European Trump supporters, he has to play this delicate tightrope for the first time ever, where he can't just talk about how awesome it is that Trump is taking over Greenland. They all loved it when Trump did this to Venezuela, but they all hate it when Trump is doing this to a European ally, right? Forget war. It's Tuesday, and this afternoon I have my 3rd meeting this week with EU blue chip companies, specifically to look at their current exposure to U.S. tech services like Azure and AWS, to discuss how they can plan to move from these services to non-U.S. based solutions, not discounting a move from cloud back onto on-premise solutions. This would be billions of dollars annually removed from U.S. companies if just those 3. What the fuck, man? What is happening with the goddamn internet? Are we still here? Can you guys still see me? Am I still effing? Okay, you can still see me. All right, good. Cloud back on prem is becoming more and more a common conversation. You're not alone. Godspeed, man. We're also moving from U.S. cloud to alternatives. For the love of God, sovereign cloud solutions from Google, Microsoft, or Amazon are a scam. Don't even suggest that. Why is he so R-worded? For real. He keeps shooting himself on the foot with the stupid shit he says and does. He could have the whole world sucking up to him, yet he chooses to act like a spastic. I am starting to root for an impeachment. He's becoming unbearable and keeps damaging the anti-woke culture. He keeps damaging the anti-woke culture like the anti-woke culture is a real thing. Okay? He's a megalomaniac, Nebo baby, and wants a new state added to the union named after himself, Trumpanada. Now, it's interesting because like his community is supposed to be super fucking pro-Trump, and all of a sudden now they're no longer super pro-Trump because for the first time ever, they're experiencing what Trump does when he wants something. Okay? The whole Greenland situation is insanely stupid, and while he may have done some good things, this will end up ruining all international relationships, and he will not get Greenland one way or another. You don't simply take over another country in this day and age, except you do if you're the United States of America. What you mean is you don't get to do that to Europe. Not realizing that this has already been done to Europe. Europe is vassalized already. This is just basically casting away all of the smoke and mirrors that make it seem as though Europe has not been firmly vassalized. Okay? Please don't say that spaz word is basically the R word, but as British slang. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that was like a medical term or something. But in any case, my apologies. Okay. So Asman thinks so. It's easy. Just do it. It would be easy, but just because we can doesn't mean we should. We couldn't even kick the Taliban out of Afghanistan. They're fighting us with flip-flops. It would be a shit show. It really wouldn't be easy. Promise to end the war and get a Nobel Prize, bomb Iran, kidnap Maduro, threatening to conquer Canada and Greenland. Why is he like this? Never let him know your next move. No American here. I don't understand why a man of his age engage on such aggressive behavior. Would he live to see the consequences of conquering so many land? He's mad for not getting the Nobel Prize. He saw Obama get one and murder tons of people. He's just probably trying to do that. Again, for these guys, the only reason why they like Trump is because Trump represents anti-woke culture. These guys have no understanding of politics. They have no understanding of policy. They have no global design. They have no vision for a better future. They're just responding in the most reactionary ways possible to what they perceive as woke culture because Television Man and right-wing forces have told them, woke culture is here. They're making everything homified, and we are going to make everything less gay. Okay? So they are leaning into Trump. They're leaning into the cultural forces that Trump represents because it's like an anti-woke battle, right? They can't even comprehend that this extends to, being pro-Israel as well. Weirdly enough, that's something that, maybe some of them don't even recognize where like Trump is hyper woke when it comes to claiming things are anti-Semitic and then punishing people, right? Mahmoud Khalil was a great example of this. But I guess in that situation, the higher priority is still with like maintaining Islamophobia as an anti-woke narrative. And that's why they don't consider like Trump's fake anti-Semitism enforcement as another instance of every, we're anti-woke except for when it comes to things that we claim are anti-Semitic. As a European, I was never 100% anti-Trump. Yes, unlike many, as I've always tried to view the problematics through the eyes of an American, as Asman makes this possible. Also, looking at what the Democrats are doing in the U.S., it was no surprise Trump and Republicans won the elections. But every time Trump does something, which I can say, okay, he's got a point in this, or might have a point in this, or even a few things I can agree with him, he always does stupid shit like this. Right now, when it comes to Greenland, he behaves like a child. I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize. How dare you? You didn't give me the prize. So now I'm interested. Now I am not interested in peace anymore. Well, I don't really believe, or at least now, he would actually try to commit a military action. Or if he did, I hope others who have a say in this would not let him do it and refuse, and impeach or whatever. Even threatening like this is insane. I like Trump. Why is Trump doing this? You are treating us like we are brown. We are not brown. Why are you treating us like we are brown, Mr. President? We love you. Ich liebe dich. Ich möchte Trump. Why are you doing this? Yeah. Get control of Minnesota first. How about that? This is embarrassing the U.S. globally. Big talks of taking over other countries. That he doesn't even control all states of the United States. Way to make sure Europe and China strengthen their bond. Yeah. As a European, I was a big Trump fan. I still think he does a lot of great things, but the foreign policy sucks. America feels bipolar and unreliable now. He's picking fights with the allies and uses tariffs as a way to punish or bully. This is the guy who rolls out the red carpets for Putin's, yeah, and treats his allies as vassals he can freely humiliate. I feel like he's setting an example for other nations that international law doesn't matter. And larger countries can invade or bully the smaller countries as long as it is in the nation's best interest. Ja, based, sehr good, ja. Your president is not well, do something about it. Everyone was in such an uproar at the Democrats allowing Biden to be unfit for so long. Yet here we are. You can cut the hypocrisy with a knife. For people who are just now figuring out that this is what Trump has been doing, because you were deluded into thinking that he is like representative of an anti-woke culture, what you also need to move beyond is this fucking dynamic in your mind that there is like such a thing as woke culture and it was like being mass enforced upon you by, you know, liberal powers or whatever, and recognize that this has always been the global design. This is the global capitalist design. You do not benefit from it. And as a matter of fact, they delude you into thinking that you're actually winning something when Donald Trump wins the election over the Democrats or some shit like that, because he's anti-woke. Meanwhile, all he is doing is reinforcing American hegemony. But when you think American hegemony is good, what you fail to consider is that American hegemony just means capitalist hegemony. You think capitalism is good. You think global capitalism is a good thing. It's not. That is the real reason why you have a crippled social safety net. Not because you have a bunch of refugees in your country now and it's ruining the country and it's ruining the culture or anything like that. The reason why you're frustrated is because of austerity. And austerity comes at the behest of capital owners, European capital owners that demand that European leaders are servile to the interests of the protectorate of global capital, which is the United States of America. That is the real problem here. And the faster you identify this problem, the easier things will be for you. Otherwise, you will constantly find yourself whipped up into a frenzy in a moment of panic over and over again, thinking, why is this happening? I don't understand. Trump was the great fucking, Trump was going to bring about American prosperity. He was going to bring about European prosperity. He was actually invested in white culture, our shared culture. He was going to do white supremacy. It's not. That's not a real thing, okay? It's just marketing for dumb fucks. Don't be a dumb fuck. Stop being a dumb fuck. In some ways, none of what Trump is doing is all that surprising, even if it's unorthodox. It's basically in the direction of nobody cares, you should be deported back to Turkey. Anyway, what's interesting here is that Trump is actually disrupting the liberal world order by leaning into how things have operated even under the liberal world order. He's just doing away with the aesthetics. Okay, this is what you don't understand. He's doing away with the aesthetics. No more feeling of superiority for you, Europe. Know that you are vassalized. That's what he's doing. In a weird way, as someone who is very critical of the New World Order, post the global design post World War II, as someone who firmly and genuinely, legitimately believes that countries should have developed sovereignty, countries should have moved in the direction of socialism in their own versions, in their own ways, that would have been infinitely more beneficial for the working class in these European countries, as opposed to the American-backed design of the entire world. As someone who recognized that as yet another vehicle of extraction of natural resources and labor power from the periphery, from the global South nations, third world nations, this is what America has always done. This is what Europe has always played a role in. It's just that in the past, the NATO Atlanticists, the liberals, would at least make it seem as though Europe had some kind of sovereignty, right? He's just giving the game away. He's saying, no, you don't actually have sovereignty. I can do whatever the fuck I want. What is this? Me, you can beat. So you get timmed out for telling the truth around here. I grew up in Austic classes, and as I get older, it went away. You would know that if you know who people were. Timeout police. Hope you feel real good about yourself. What? Trump, you're going to hell. This was a great year. Everyone lost healthcare, and I'm starving millions of families. I'm just special ed, and I will give you full permission to use the R word. Chatter, calm down. Okay? You got timed out for a little bit. Anyway. But yeah, the more Trump postures like this, the more Trump postures like this, the more people start realizing that this design was not really beneficial for these liberal nation states as well. Yes, I'm going to play Mark Carney's speech in a second, but I hope you guys do understand what's going on here. I hope you guys understand what's happening, okay? I mean, people who have been here are already aware of this, right? Because for years and years, I've talked about how Europe has no sovereignty, no real sovereignty. NATO is a protection racket, and that has obviously become a much harder argument to present to Europeans who are terrified of Russian incursions, especially after Vladimir Putin went fucking insane mode and decided to, invade Ukraine. But that's, Trump is doing away with the aesthetics. Trump has been doing away with the aesthetics pretty aggressively. And now this is hopefully a moment of recognition for some of, Europe's best and brightest. And they realize that they don't actually have any sort of sovereignty. They don't even have sovereignty over their own. They don't even have sovereignty over their own politics. Like, if you're living in Europe and you're like, hey, I don't want healthcare to go away, what the fuck is going on? Why is it that year over year it becomes harder and harder? The wait times get longer. I don't have access to medicine or access to healthcare with the same in the same ways. My public transit is worse overall, and the welfare state is like falling apart. Why the fuck is that happening? And then someone on the right flank says, oh, it's because of migrants. It's because of Muslims. They're destroying the country. They're forcibly feeding you halal kebabs or whatever. And you go, okay, that must be the reason. And the liberals say, no, nothing is happening. Everything is actually good. And you should shut the fuck up. So then you make the right wing, pivot. There is an alternative out there. One that is unfortunately not often represented. Have you always critiqued the Eurocucks, or is this a recent analysis? No, I've been saying this for years. European liberals have been coming into my chat to crack jokes and say socialism is a real evil. You're wrong. You don't understand. We have social democracy here, and I keep telling them you have austerity. Those the social democratic safety nets that you actually enjoy are going away. And they're going away for the same exact reasons that they never really fully existed here in the United States of America, or were crippled here in the United States of America, and certainly in Canada as well. And that is at the behest of capital. When austerity measures kick in and the government-funded programs are crippled, and your living standard goes down as a consequence of that, because previously you were leaning into those things without even recognizing that that's just a function of the government. And you develop anxiety, you develop anger over this sort of thing. You become more malleable and more easy to influence against, enemies that are coming in, these barbarians or whatever. Not realizing that the reason for that austerity is so that private enterprise can come in and fill the gaps that were created by the austerity to begin with. That's how it's worked. That's how it has always worked. First, you starve these programs. Then people go, why the fuck am I paying taxes anyway? These programs are dog shit. And then private enterprise comes in, lobbies the government, says, hey, guess what? We can fix it. And in the interim, that privatization might actually lead to better quality healthcare in the short term. But slowly but surely, as they take over the entirety of this sector that was previously controlled by the government, they actually give you lower quality of care overall and slower quality of care overall. But they're also making money off of it. Now you have to literally pay higher prices to a private business rather than the prices that you were paying with your taxes. It's a less efficient system. It's a worse system overall. And this is precisely what's been happening all around Europe. It's been happening in America. That's why I always used to tell European liberals, you don't understand. If you don't move in the left, if you don't move fast in the leftward direction, if you don't organize against what's coming, this austerity and the anger that it causes is going to make people even more reactionary. And then fascists are going to come in. Fascists are going to take over European countries. In some ways, in Western liberal capitalist countries, the same forces of capital are doing the exact same kind of the exact same measures. And yes, I will listen to the full Mark Carney speech, please. Oh my God, yeah. This was my analysis after Labour won, and the EU chatters were eating my ass as well. They were like, you're wrong. You're wrong. Labor is actually going to save the British government. There were plenty of fucking UK chatters and European liberals that were saying like, see, we're different. We're different than America. Labor won. It's going to be different. And I was like, no, this is what happens when, you know, a shitty Democrat wins and doesn't actually do anything to fix any of these fucking problems. How long is this speech?
That every day.
It's like 20 minutes. Okay, bro, I'm not going to watch all 17 minutes. But we'll watch some of the highlights. You want me to watch the whole thing? Okay, I'll watch the whole thing. God damn, everybody wants me to watch Marx Carney. There's French you can skip. Hassan, you are correct. However, don't generalize all of us from the EU. We don't like what's happening and haven't been since 2016 and even before the Bush administration. We're not stupid. Don't give any thought or pause to those stupid, loud minorities. Call them dumb. Call it a day. We love you. No, exactly. No, I don't, for the record. I get it. I understand it. I understand where, you know, the European left is coming from. Trust me. I have a lot of sympathy for people who are who see right from wrong, who recognize exactly what's going on, who want to make change, who want to organize in the direction of socialism. Okay, here we'll watch the 8-minute version. Apparently, he says the liberal New World Order was based around a lie in this, and that's why people really like it.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't. So what are our options? In 1978, the Czech dissident Václav Havel, later president, wrote an essay called The Power of the Powerless. And
he's not appeasing. He's not. I actually like what Mark Carney has been doing, even though I'm, you know, skeptical. Let's just say I'm Carney curious, okay? Or maybe Carney agnostic, because there are some things that he has done, especially since Donald Trump is deliberately posturing as though he's going to annex Canada. He recognizes the dangers that that presents and was, you know, this is a major ally to the United States of America, openly choosing to leverage a better relationship with China in an effort to maintain sovereignty. So I think that's good. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a smart thing to do. It's what I've been saying European leaders should be doing.
And in it, he asked a simple question.
I've been saying that he should be. What Mark Carney did this past week is what I've been saying European leaders should be doing since Liberation Day. Okay? And what have European leaders done since then? What have they done? They talked about the real threat being China and Russia. The real threat is China. The real threat is China. The real threat is China. America, please, we are your dog. America, please, we will capitulate. And what did that do? What did that do to Trump? Did that stop Trump from saying he's going to fucking take Greenland? No. Did that stop Trump from implementing tariffs? No. You have to push back on bullies. It's that simple. And this entire right-wing franchise, this entire global fascist movement is a bunch of fucking stupid bullies. The time for maintaining some sort of like liberalism is done. Liberalism is failing. Liberalism is falling apart. If you still believe that there is going to be some kind of like reasonable centrism we can get back to, you're wrong. You're fucking delusional. Okay? Wake up. It's over. You have two options, socialism or barbarism. And right now, barbarism is winning. And a lot of these guys who are liberals themselves, who are in charge of these fucking countries, are trying to still maintain the dignity as America is basically saying, no, you don't understand. There is no dignity for you here. Internationalism or like the liberal New World Order is done. It's over. Okay, it's over. It's now going to be my way or the highway. It already was, but now you can't even actually go home and make it seem like you have some semblance of sovereignty.
How did the communist system sustain itself? And his answer began with the greengrocer. Every morning, this shopkeeper places a sign in his window, "Workers of the world unite." He doesn't believe it. No one does. But he places the sign anyway to avoid trouble, to signal compliance, to get along. And because every shopkeeper on every street does the same, the system persists. Not through violence alone, but through the participation of ordinary people in rituals they privately know to be false. Havel called this living within a lie. The system's power comes not from its truth, but from everyone's willingness to perform as if it were true. And its fragility comes from the same source. When even one person stops performing, when the greengrocer removes his sign, the illusion begins to crack. Friends, it is time for companies and countries to take their signs down. For decades, countries like Canada prospered under what we called the rules-based international order. We joined its institutions, we praised its principles, we benefited from its predictability. And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains.
By the way, when he says great powers, he just means America. I love that. I love that he's like, yeah, someone's doing this. It's really fucked up. Someone is just, you missed a sick ass line. Yeah. He's talking about neoliberalism.
Depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited.
It is an undeniable fact that the world was much better when the Soviet Union was still around. I mean, dude, I said that where everyone yelled at me. I said that in an interview that I was doing at the Zoran election victory party, where like, you don't have to agree with the USSR. You don't have to think about all of the, you don't have to think about the excesses in terms of their own self-governance. But objectively speaking, when there was an alternative vision out there, especially one that did not shy away from pushing back against America during the Cold War, okay, a lot of other countries in the middle, even if they were in the imperial core, were able to keep their gains, keep their benefits. And in the absence of that counter mechanism, in the absence of that counterweight, It is not an accident that we have seen the great explosion of neoliberalism in every Western liberal capitalist country. When capital owners no longer feared the threat of an alternative, the threat of a good example, they did away with all of the safeguards, all of the regulations, first in the United States of America and then elsewhere. All over Europe, you started seeing the same corrosive influence of capital make its way through a period of neoliberalization, the destruction of social safety nets, the destruction of what remains of the regulatory body. Okay? Holy fuck, disgusting tankies. Brother, you are fantasizing about a world that does not exist when you fucking complain about this. Okay? I need you to understand. Not for people behind the wall. Oh my God. The French healthcare system was literally the design of the Communist Party backed by the USSR. It's thanks to them that we have healthcare for all, and people bash the left here when we have one of the best, or used to have, healthcare systems in the world. It's the same principle it's the same exact situation here in the United States of America, by the way. Obviously, the quality of life or the living standards are different. The currency exchange is different. Having said that, however, the attitude remains. A lot of people don't realize that in the United States of America, if it wasn't for fucking commies, trade unionists, socialists fighting in the streets, dying in the streets, that America would not have any labor laws whatsoever. You wouldn't have the weekend. You would still have child labor. And ironically enough, we still do have child labor in the United States of America. Okay. And not just for undocumented immigrant children. I mean, like straight up, you have child labor in many states that have openly legalized it. Like there are so many excesses under capitalism as well that many people do not understand or recognize, because for the longest time you've existed under the system thinking, well, the alternative is much scarier, is much more dangerous. And in the absence of said alternative, you have this explosion of neoliberalism around the globe. You have the forces of capital taking up more and more, taking up a bigger role in what previously was dealt with by the government. People don't realize that a lot of the things that you take for granted were fought for by your forefathers in the labor movement. All the hate sub clip Andes are here. I mean, great. It's fine. You can keep complaining about tankies this, tankies that, but a lot of Europeans benefited without realizing, like, all of the social democracy that Europe has, even still to this day, they got because capital had to give in. Capital had to give in. Capital had to concede to the demands being made. And those demands were made because there was an alternative vision. Once all of that was eroded through Red Scare all around Western liberal nations, Western liberal democracies, you have no competition. You have no ideological competition and full-blown pure capitalism. And as living standards erode in Western liberal capitalist nations, people look to blame whoever they can. And for a lot of these guys, for the reactionary movement, the best people you can... What is DHS live? Dude, why? What do you mean DHS is up, DHS is live? What the fuck are you talking about? I like how he's making an analogy about the mean communist government forcing business to comply while Canada is negotiating with China while the U.S. is an extremely capitalistic country that's forcing these nations to comply. Exactly. People don't recognize this. People don't understand that, like, oh, Bovino is live? I don't care about fucking bovine Bovino. Dude, come on. Fuck that Nazi. I know what the DHS stands for. Anyway, the point I'm making is that alternative vision must come back. And that alternative vision clearly is not going to be supported by China. Okay? Let's be real. For better or for worse, China decided they are not going to wage any sort of ideological war around the world, even if it's beneficial for their immediate interests in their backyard in the South China Sea. They're not going to do that. Okay? So if it is a game of sovereignty for a lot of these nations, the only way that you can maintain national sovereignty especially as America is increasingly doing away with the aesthetics of liberty and freedom, making it seem as though you have a say, is going to be through, and I know normally I say nukes, but it's going to be through serious organizing and an ideological commitment to an alternative vision, giving workers back the power that they deserve. It's not going to happen with like China helping you either.
You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactional...
I mean, he's talking about just America when he says great powers, for the record. Like, everybody understands that, right? Like, every time he says great powers, just put America in there, because that's what he's talking about. He's saying law of the jungle, we're abandoning the aesthetics of, like, liberal democracy, and we're giving ground to might makes right politics. We're going back to almost like a colonial structure here. I was actually thinking about this the other day. I was wondering if, like, a peasant in the age of monarchs would think to himself like, well, I'm so glad me lordship has sent the squires over to Jerusalem. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Holy Crusades, like, it's like, oh, all the bounty will come back to me, a fucking peasant. In the same way that in the age of the internet, there are American peasants who unironically are so committed to like American force projection that they do delude themselves into thinking that, American military posture in Venezuela is actually good for me. American military posture in Iraq was good for me somehow. It wasn't.
Will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty.
Yeah. My lordship is based. My lordship is based. Men who would have been feudal peasants trembling outside their hut as prima noctis is carried out inside for most of human history really want you to know that might makes right and there is no rule-based international order. I mean, this is the direct ripoff of what I fucking say all the time from this guy. Greenland exists less as landmass in the mind of the online right and more a psychosexual fixation, unable to imagine themselves as powerful men. They instead, oh my God, this is literally what I talk about all the time about weak men fantasizing about American power projection. That's bar for bar, down to the prima nocta. Prima nocta! I know prima nocta is not real. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. It's a good way to emphasize how hard the average person is getting cucked in this process. Okay? Don't hit me with the actually. Greenland exists less as landmass in the mind of the online right and more a psychosexual fixation. Unable to imagine themselves as powerful men, they instead fantasize about powerful men doing so for them while they exist as mere accessory. And that, for the record, is identical with power projection from a militant state at the domestic level too. This is the exact same reason why right-wingers will look at a police officer shooting someone or will look at an ICE agent shooting someone and say, comply or die. Oh, was it a woke, libtarded woman that was killed? That's a good thing, actually. Okay? It's because of their own personal weakness and their own recognition of their own personal weakness that makes them lean into this kind of power projection of the state. A powerful state is actually going to do this for me. Not realizing that you are infinitely more likely to be under the boot than to be wearing the boot next time around. It's why I always say this is serf mindset. This is peasant mindset. A lot of Americans see themselves, without recognizing it, but a lot of Americans behave like cattle. They behave like slaves. They behave like peasants. They refuse to develop sovereignty for themselves. They refuse to become class conscious. They delude themselves into thinking that they have a say in this process, or at the very least, even if they don't have a say in this process, it's somehow good because their ideological enemies that they've been taught to hate are being dominated somehow, somewhere. Whether that be the Ansar Allah movement all the way out in Yemen, where we wasted billions of dollars bombing the poorest country on the fucking planet to try to get them to submit, to try to get them to refuse to maintain a blockade on their own coastlines as long as Israel continued its genocide, or even at the domestic level, when an ICE agent goes and shoots a 37-year-old mother, they think to themselves, well, the state is powerful and it's my guy doing it. It's my people holding the fucking gun, so I must defend it. And that makes me feel powerful. As long as I fantasize or imagine a liberal out there, someone who I've been conditioned into thinking is my ideological enemy, someone who I cannot recognize has the same exact class interests as me. As long as those people are being dominated, as long as I can look down at them, then things are fine. As Matt Christmas says, this is the dual sadisms of American politics. You're not part of the team. You're not even remotely a part of the team. You're actually getting fucked over. But as long as you have someone to look down on, that makes you feel better in comparison. During the time of Reconstruction, this was the prevailing attitude. At least I am not black. In the brief period of time when Reconstruction was taking place, when white working class individuals and the newly freed black working class individuals recognized that they had the same exact class interests, and we quickly did away with that by allowing the same racial pecking order to be restored by way of lynch mobs, by way of the Klan. And that attitude continued. Not only just in the South, but also that attitude was legalized in the North as well through redlining and different systems of enforcement. Americans still to this day have this kind of domineering attitude that we all know and call white supremacy. The notion that the notion that LBJ also talked about as well, that like the white working class will never recognize that you're robbing them blind as long as you give them someone to look down on. Hell, they'll open up their pockets for you. So you're saying normal Americans don't benefit from imperialism? Yes, the only benefit that normal Americans get, the labor aristocracy concept is not incorrect, okay? Of course, there are, bounties that come from cheap labor, cheap commodities that you can purchase. But at the end of the day, the amount of wealth that is captured in the hands of the very few here in the United States of America does not make its way down to the average working class individual. Okay? Yes, you get to have cheap TVs. You get to have an iPhone, right? You get to have an iPhone. And that's extracted through a hyper exploitative structure where the rare earth minerals that are extracted for said iPhone is done by, child slave labor. Okay? In countries that have previously been destroyed by colonial violence and kept down as a part of the global South so that we could continue extracting their natural resources at a price point that is favorable to us. Okay? But those benefits are marginal. They're aesthetic for the most part. We live in the wealthiest country on the planet, and there's almost 1 million people that sleep outside every single fucking night, dude. That is insane. That is insane. The only benefit that Americans actually have, the only tangible and very real benefit that the average American actually has, is that they are not under the boot. They're sometimes wearing the boot, right? They do not get their share of the imperial super profits. An increasingly smaller number of people actually receive all of that bounty. Americans don't receive it. They get treats, but that's it. That's it. You get mass processed, cheap luxury commodities that would be considered impossible to acquire, half a century ago. Okay. And you get it readily available, delivered to your doorstep at a moment's notice. And that makes you think, oh, we have prosperity. The inverse of this, labor aristocracy argument that's very frustrating to me, at least, especially when I'm trying to explain to American hogs that they're getting fucked over in this process, is that a lot of orthodox Marxists unironically make the argument that what Trump is doing is good. Okay? Like, what's the purpose here? By saying this is an L take, what do you want the labor aristocracy to recognize? That they are a part of a class that is truly benefiting from American empire? Is that what you want them to recognize? Do you want them to lean further in the direction of Trump's dominance? Are you fucking stupid? Like, I get posturing as a Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, third worldist makes you feel good. Like you are morally consistent here, okay? But you're not a fucking Maoist. You're not a part of the Maoist brigades in the Philippines. You know, you're not living in the fucking forest, okay, trying to fight against the Philippines government, okay? You're living in the United States of America. Shut the fuck up. I guess we should do no organizing in the United States of America at all. Considering that no matter how you exist in the United States of America, whether you're fucking homeless or whether you're a plumber or an HVAC business owner, okay, with like 3 fucking employees, you're all benefiting from the imperial bounty. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a little baby F.
They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper.
What the fuck is happening, man?
Than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old, comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and...
Value-based realism? I feel like value-based realism is like oxymoronic. I mean, I don't know where he's going to go with this, but am I crazy? Like that's, you know.
Pragmatic. Principled and what you commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically, with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence. Given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home.
It's the Finlandization of Canada, baby. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, it is definitely really interesting to consider that Like, Mark Carney is one of the first, like, directly aligned countries that recognize the game and is trying to leverage relations with China. That's number one. But number two, the juxtaposition of how Mark Carney speaks about the destruction of the liberal New World Order in the hands of Donald Trump versus what Donald Trump says is so crazy. And I understand why people look to that and go, yep, that's where we're at. This is obviously Mark Carney looks like a brilliant orator in comparison to Donald Trump because he is. He is a much more intelligent person. He just ripped off Yan Shui Tong's, a Chinese international relations scholar, theory of moral realism, check logs. We're going to comment about Marxist-Leninism and MLMs. I get what you're saying, but do you see how it kind of seems like you're saying Marxist organizing in the U.S. is stupid and you're stupid if you want to do that, or even if you make the argument that it would be positive, you know? Wait, what? Are you no, I'm saying that to people who bring up labor aristocracy. I'm saying that that's a dumb point to bring up. I'm saying this. I'm saying if you are constantly chirping about the labor aristocracy and the imperial super profits that get distributed to the labor force, you are basically saying you're rendering all working class organizing in the United States or in the imperial core to be useless. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. I'm actually trying to wake people up by taking advantage of this vulgar and uniquely honest, abrasive state of affairs that has destroyed the liberal international order that was always beneficial for the imperial core, and leaning into people's interest in maintaining sovereignty to explain to them that this is the capitalist design, and that's the reason why European leadership has consistently played ball with Trump, no matter how belligerent he has gotten, because they are also servants of capital. If you preach labor aristocracy to the people in the imperial core, you're either telling them what they have is great or asking them to self-flagellate. Neither is successfully encouraging what we want for the world. Exactly. It's very stupid. That's why I don't entertain it. Shh, stop. We are totally aligned on bombing brown people. Let's just keep doing that. Yeah, so this was basically a very funny takeaway. But Trump leaked text messages that came from Emmanuel Macron, okay? The prince. From President Macron to President Trump, my friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on the Greenland. Let us try to build the great things. I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos on Paris on Thursday afternoon. I can invite the Ukrainians, the Danish, the Syrians, and the Russians, and the Margians. Let us have the dinner together in Paris together on Thursday before you go back to the US. Love, Emmanuel. Oui, oui. In any case, Donald Trump leaks that fucking text message. And the takeaway there is, yeah, we're totally aligned on bombing brown people. Let's just keep doing that. Like, the fuck are you doing? You're fucking up the bag. Jason Hickel continues. In all seriousness, this is quite a revealing conversation from the perspective of the world systems theory. Macron is appealing to Trump by saying, hey, we are both part of the imperial core. Let's focus on our shared objective of subordinating the periphery. What he fails to understand or just doesn't want to acknowledge is that there is a hierarchy within the imperial core itself. The U.S. is the main imperial power and seeks to shape the rest of the core, including Western Europe, in its own interests. This has historically included interfering in European elections and even drafting plans for invasions. The U.S. will not blink at the prospect of invading European territory in order to advance its geopolitical power. Macron is foolish if he believes that he can appeal to core solidarity, because from the perspective of the U.S., no such thing exists. The correct approach is for Europe to break from the U.S. and chart a more independent path. Here is another leaked text message from Mark Rutte, who once famously called Trump daddy in a private text message. Okay. Mark Rutte, lead of NATO, said he will find a way forward on Greenland. When one side threatens to invade, you don't offer a way forward. You use clear language to say it's unacceptable to annex a NATO ally. Mark Rutte must resign, a traitor to Europe. European liberals and European right-wingers, understand something. What Donald Trump is doing is basically just reinforcing what already existed, the system that existed that was in place. A system that, through liberal niceties, made you feel like you had a say in this, made you feel like you had some sovereignty, made you feel like you were actually retaining some of the imperial super profits. But ultimately, you were slaves to capital in the same exact way that the American administration is, okay? And Donald Trump, recognizing the instability born out of unchecked capitalism in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR and where we are in 2026, is saying it's time for something different. It's time to maintain order once again. And when liberalism has failed historically in Europe, and I think you guys know that through your own fucking histories, fascism came in as a way to reassert dominance, the dominance of capital, when there's global panic and instability. Donald Trump is doing it now. He's doing it. This kind of text messaging. Thank you, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, says Donald Trump. Mr. President, dear Donald, what you have accomplished in Syria today is incredible. I will use my media engagements in Davos to highlight your work there in Gaza and in Ukraine. I am committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Can't wait to see you. Yours, Mark. I cannot believe how much Mark Rutte sucks Donald Trump's penis, dude. I think it's going to take time. But I think Europeans are kind of going to realize that what they thought they had with this allegiance with the United States of America was built on a fucking lie. And some people will harden their position on American dominance. All of the right-wing nationalists, all of the fascists, the international consortium of fascists will heavily lean into the United States of America, in my opinion. They will heavily lean into American dominance. They'll say they'll harden their positions, and they'll try to make an argument about how it's actually much better because otherwise you'll have scary Chinese control over our country, and we can't have that. But the pathway for European sovereignty comes from decoupling from the United States of America and leveraging relationships with China. Okay? That's it. If you don't do that, America's self-destructive fascist forces are going to come for you as well. And their allies in your country will destroy you so that America can easily control it, so that America can easily control your lives and easily control your country. At least for all of my criticisms of Canadians, they very quickly realized that, right? That was the Mark Carney electoral victory. Pierre Poilievre was doing very well in the polls. Everybody hated Justin Trudeau, and there were plenty of people who were willing to vote for PP. But what happened? Trump started talking about how he's going to annex Canada, and Canadians woke up very quickly to the dangerous alignment that Pierre Poilievre had with the United States of America, and they voted against it. Okay? And there are still Canadians in your ranks. If you are Canadian, there are still Canadians in your ranks that have this same design, that want American intervention, that want American annexation. They're called Albertans. Okay? What will most likely take place in Canada in the upcoming years, if Trump does actually remain unchecked and doesn't receive any pushback from the likes of Mark Rutte, which seemingly is not coming, he will feel more emboldened to go and overtake Canada as well. Okay? And when they do that, there will be the Albertan separatist movement that wants to unify with America. Obviously, that referendum will fucking fail. And then America will say, oh my God, there's electoral fraud here. It must be the Venezuelan Dominion machines that caused electoral fraud to take place. We have to fight for Albertan dignity, fight for Albertan independence, and then boom, annexation. And that's not my assessment. That's Steve Bannon basically signaling that this is what they want to do. Bannon constantly links Ukraine and Canada in the same breath, which gives a clue to the game plan. Promote Alberta separatist movement and referendum. When Alberta separatists are defeated in referendum, claim election fraud and stop the steal. Use election fraud as a pretext for sending in troops to restore order, protect northern interests, etc. Annex Alberta and perhaps the rest of Canada. Not saying this will happen, but it's something percolating in Bannon's rancid mind.
Here's the deal. What President Trump's argument to Canada is, and they just kind of blew it off, but when he talks about defense, what he's making the point on the Arctic is that Canada is kind of like Ukraine, right? The Chinese and the Russians are up there, and they see the undefended northern territories of Canada. They're going to take a bite. The Canadians got to understand something. They're going to intrude in your territory, and they're going to dare you to do anything about it, and you're going to turn to Big Brother. Go ahead.
We're getting Alberta is the linchpin. So when Trump says Canada is going to be the 51st state, he's speaking, you know, he's vamping, he's having a little fun, but what he's really saying, because I know a lot of the guys in charge of the Albertan separatist movement or their prosperity movement, Alberta, they've already met twice now with the State Department. The Albertans are ready to vote in the next 6 months. They're getting out of the Canadian Union. They're going to become an independent state, independent country. We're going to recognize them, and that's going to put them on the pathway to becoming the 51st state. And here's why that's important. Alberta has a bevy of untapped rare earth minerals. They have the world's largest geothermal energy sources. They have some of the world's largest natural gas and oil deposits. So when Trump says Canada is becoming the 51st state, he's really talking about Alberta, and that's important because that's a gateway to the Arctic. Greenland is another gateway to the Arctic. So when we talk about hemispheric defense, we're not just talking about Latin America.
Yep.
We're talking about the polar regions too, Steve, and how they all link together.
Canadians that literally ate the fucking bait and ate the propaganda hook, line, and sinker for the grand design of Taiwanese independence are going to learn very quickly about how America can treat them like China just as easily. If implemented, this is the same strategy that the Western forces have applied around the globe over and over again to all of our foreign adversaries. Okay? Do some psyops, especially in the age of social media, where all social media, especially in the Western world, is controlled directly by the United States of America. Do some psyops, boost in the algorithm, how wonderful it will be to get Alberta to be independent. Most recent polling has Alberta separatism under 20% of Alberta. Their non-seceding law. I didn't say that they're actually going to do this democratically. Hello? That takes too much time. And also, that is somewhat of that's liberal interventionism. We don't do liberal interventionism anymore. Okay? The very fact that there is any fucking percentage of Albertans that want independence is insane. Okay? That's insane. That means that like all of the previous initiatives have been fairly successful. The fuck do you mean you want to be separated from the rest of Canada? Are you out of your fucking mind? What are you talking about? It's completely psychotic. It's like a suicide pact. You're just basically holding a fucking gun to your mouth and going, I want to pull the trigger, eh? The fuck? This is what great powers do, though. I mean, this is, you know, to a certain degree what Russia has done as well. It's certainly something that America and other Western powers have utilized over and over again against their foreign adversaries. The point is that there is at least 19%, right? So that then the Trump administration can say, oh, there was an election theft that took place here. Or they might not even use it at all. They might just come in and say, hey, we have to do this because we have security concerns. We have to do this because otherwise Russia and China will come in and take over Canada, and we can't let that happen. I mean, look at Mark Carney. He's actually leaning in the direction of China now. You know, we have to come in and seize control and annex Canada, just like Fallout, in the Fallout universe, where America forcibly seized and annexed Canada because they were fighting against China in the Fallout universe. Canada's developing plans to wage a guerrilla war against the U.S. invasion, in case you are wondering how things are going. Military planners are modeling a U.S. invasion from the south, expecting American forces to overcome Canada's strategic positions on land and at sea within a week and possibly as quickly as 2 days. Canada does not have the number of military personnel or the sophisticated equipment needed to fend off a conventional American attack. They said so. Or they said. So the military envisions unconventional warfare, and with small groups of irregular military armed civilians would resort to ambushes, sabotage, drone warfare, or hit and run tactics. The aim of such tactics would be to impose mass casualties on the U.S. occupying forces, the official said. This rupture in the Joint Defense Agreement would likely see France or Britain, nuclear weapon states, being called on to provide support and defense for Canada against the U.S. Just normal and good. Just normal and good things. And just normal and good things to look forward to, guys. I mean, it's fucking insane. But how can you look at what the DPRK has done as anything but a resounding success? Like, how can you look at the situation that's in front of us right now and think, you know, it's really fucked up that they developed nukes over there? Yeah, America ain't doing this shit to North Korea. Ukrainians that fled to Canada from Russian invasion right now gotta be pissed, bro. Please stop joking. It will come true. Please stop. I don't want a burger. I want to be syrup. Please, I beg. No, you will be burger and you will like it. Hot take. Everyone should have one nuke. That's not a hot take. That's the Hasanabi rule for nation building and sovereignty. The U.S. Army fighting against hordes of Canadian liberals while the scheming, quisling Tories hide in the shadows. Oh, that's the other side, by the way. We looked at this yesterday. This is why I was saying, like, my current working theory on this is that if you are right-wing in any country, you actually don't care about national sovereignty at all, okay? What you claim is patriotic is like anti-woke or whatever. All these like reactionary attitudes is just about letting America come and fuck you in the ass, okay? Right-wingers in every country right now, and the further right they go, the worse this gets, want America to come and fuck them, okay? Like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. When push comes to shove, when a real question is presented about a preferred response to U.S. invasion, the only party that is, by plurality, in support of rolling over and showing their bellies are the fucking conservatives. And the more progressive you are, the more left you are, the more likely you are to fight for national sovereignty. Liberals at 73% and NDP at 78%. I thought these were the woke they-thems, the septum-piercing wearers, the blue-haired social justice warriors. What the fuck happened? It turns out the more right-wing you are, the more conservative you are, the more invested you are in American dominance. That's it. The more right-wing you are, the more you want to lick the boot. You only respond to power. You only respond to who the most powerful force is. It's crazy. We're seeing this, and I've been saying this for years and years about right-wing defense of police brutality. We already experienced this on the domestic front over and over again. Whenever right-wingers come out and say, "Oh, you got killed, you deserved it. You deserve to be killed by a cop. You have to always comply or die, comply or die." But it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind that you got people that claim to be the real patriots here that have more of an investment in fighting their own fucking neighbors than fighting Americans that would potentially invade their country. It blows my mind.
This headline: I'd take Trump, warts and all, over our complete and utter lawyer of a PM. Maybe the US buying Britain isn't such a crazy idea.
Another thing that I was joking about that is...
Does anyone want to have a go at explaining what that means? If you're unfortunate enough to have written tons of columns, many of them, of course, from America, about why he's so wonderful and why you love him and why he's so great and why you don't care about the self-confessed sex offending or the lying about elections or the launching of violent insurrections or the pardoning of convicted drug traffickers while you're arresting or kidnapping another one, about the grabbing of women by the genitals, about the abuse of disabled journalists and the abuse of genuine military heroes, Gold Star families. If you've convinced you don't care yourself, you don't care. He's my guy. I love him. My scarf is tight. Then what are you left with now? Don't support your own prime minister. Don't support your own government. Don't support your own country. Support the foreign leader with the CV I've just described to you, with an absolutely obvious disdain for morality. Don't support your own leader. Support the foreign leader who wishes you harm.
The international reactionary movement is organized around demanding American domination over not only the global South, but also their own sovereign states. Send tweet. The international reactionary movement is organized around demanding American domination over not only the global South, but also over their own sovereign states. But also over their own sovereign states. End joke. Welcome back, Charlie Kirk. What is this? We're very happy to share some exciting news. Our family is growing. Usher! Usher's pregnant? Usher's pregante? This is literally a broken clock This guy's a fucking idiot. I hate this guy. He's the worst. He's the epitome of libtard, huge Starmer fanboy. This is literally a broken clock being right twice. I mean, I don't care if they're like, what you're failing to comprehend is if Starmer rolls over as he has done so, so far, I think those guys will inevitably fucking pull out of that allegiance as well. Usher is pregante. We are very happy to share some exciting news. Our family's growing. You know what this is, right? This is a classic. The relationship is in tatters. Another baby will fix it. This is famously what couples do when they're on the verge of divorce. Okay? Straight up. How could JD cheat on Erica Kirk like this? It's really fucked up, by the way. I, for one, am devastated. Biologist dumbfounded as Usha Vance somehow gives birth to Erica Kirk's baby. Yeah, it's like a surrogacy program. But this time, instead of artificial insemination, he did it direct, the old-fashioned style. The old-fashioned way. He pumped it. Classic failing marriage move, hoping that another baby will fix what's broken. Maybe Usher cheated on him with Stephen Miller. They're all swinging probably. No.
Forces with him and saying, let's conquer Greenland together.
What on earth are you on about?
We should conquer Greenland together.
What do you mean?
Dude, that's awesome. Is that Keir Starmer calling in? I'm Keir Starmer, and I believe we must conquer Greenland together.
Him and saying, let's conquer Greenland together.
What on earth are you on about? What do you mean? On whose authority?
Like Britain used to do in 1700.
Why would we march our forces onto Greenland? What possible benefit would we get out of that?
We'll get a share of the spoils.
Of what?
We'll
of the territory?
Of the territory, of the minerals.
What about the 57,000 Greenlanders who live there?
Well, they're just collateral damage. As Donald Trump is, he's going to win. So either you jump with him or not.
What would stop him doing that to the UK then? I mean, if we just ignore the wishes of the people who live there and the government, then where do we draw the line?
That's the danger. So we have to join forces with him. And after Greenland, it might be Sweden.
But why does he need Greenland so much, in your view, then, Jonathan?
Why did we need India and China 200 years ago?
No, I'm asking you now.
Money.
What if the Danes say it's our territory, it's part of the Kingdom of Denmark, we're going to defend ourselves? What, you'd be happy with British forces opening fire on Danish troops?
Yes, sending the Viking boats like we did 200 years ago, yes.
I wonder if you're having me on, Jonathan. This is an
totally
insane plan.
I'm 97% sure this is my dad. Oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, these guys think that they're a part of the fucking plan. They think they're a part of the plan. And it's even dumber than the American right thinking we must invade Iraq. We have to because democracy or whatever. Or, oh, it's going to be great. They have oil. Okay? These guys think they're a part of the team. They're not. This is why I say, like, the labor aristocracy argument actually doesn't hold in this circumstance. The only benefit you get in that situation is that you are not a part of, you're not a part of the population that is under the boot, right? That's the only benefit you get. You must understand. Because Osama bin Laden killed 3,000 American citizens, right, on 9/11. And then the administrations that came after, both the George W. Bush administration and Obama, led to 12,000 American forces dying in the process. Millions of Iraqis, but 12,000 American soldiers died in the process. Do you think 12,000 families benefited from this? Like, even if you don't consider the lives of all of the people slain, all of the destabilization that came after that, like the refugee crisis in Europe, all this shit, right? Like, even people who are a part of the empire, they still suffer. They suffer so that capital owners can turn profit. It's awesome. Great. Nobody wins except for a tiny, tiny fucking group of elite pedophilic billionaires. That's it. That's what the MAGA dad will be like tomorrow. Also, please pull the son more to the left. He's too much of a lib. Important. Finally, some good news. A cow demonstrates a tool used for the first time in an experimental setting. Wait, what the fuck? Scientists say this is the first experimentally verified instance of a cattle using a tool. They're getting smarter. Cows itch just like us, but Veronica the cow takes things into her own hands, or rather into her mouth. She's tickling her butthole. What the hell? Are they evolving? What the fuck's going on? They're freaky, bro. That's a freaky ass cow. Hey, yo, chill. Freaky ass cow, dude. Anyway, Europeans are only panicking over Trump's assault on the so-called rule-based order now that they find themselves on the short end of the stick for the first time. Welcome to the world you helped build.
To Davos. President Macron is speaking.
Yeah, as a Turk, okay, in parentheses, pejorative, I welcome Europe recognizing that they are just like Turkey in this process. Nation states that feel as though they have a say in the process and maybe have had incremental gains as a part of like being in the imperial core. Turkey was never directly in the imperial core, but was a willing participant, right? NATO forces and all this stuff. And the benefit that you get is, at least for the longest time, you didn't get like dominated as hard as like Iraq did, right? But now the tables are turning. You ain't Israel, little bro. That's it. The only country that is a part of the imperial core that gets to do whatever the fuck it wants is Israel, okay? You're not Israel, France. You're not Israel, Denmark. You're Denmark. And you got land that we kind of want right now. It's looking good. It's looking appetizing. Okay? Perhaps you should have not had Greenland, you know? If you didn't want us to come and take it by force. What was Greenland wearing? Rapist president. He doesn't understand no means no. Stop generalizing the European people into what our leaders think. For fuck's sake, guys, all you Americans are literally Trump. No, dude. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm speaking to I'm speaking to the European leadership when I say this. Okay? Please understand. Because these guys have benefited from the system. These guys have benefited from the system because they serve the same exact masters, global capital. That's it.
Taking you across to Davos. President Macron is speaking. You may be wondering about the aviators. He's apparently had eye surgery, which is why he's wearing glasses.
More than 60 wars.
What more can I say when I'm literally demanding that European leadership get their act in order and fight back against my country? Like, what do you think I'm saying? When I say Canadians, rise up in arms, okay, and fight back against my fucking country, I think you should be able to understand that I'm talking, I'm separating the population from its elected representatives, and I'm separating the population from being willing participants in American dominance, okay? And when I shit on Europeans that demand further vassalization, I'm talking about right-wing Europeans. I'm talking about right-wingers.
In 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules.
You need to get on the level of the Iranian and Venezuelan dissidents and start demanding they bomb America. I mean, I don't think it's going to get there, and I hope it doesn't get there, okay? Yeah, I'm going to be like, China, please, bomb Los Angeles now, please. Please, our people yearn for freedom. Our people yearn for democracy. Please bomb us.
Where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its fourth year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift towards a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation...
God damn it, here we go again, chat. I know. Kaya, I beat the shit out of Kaya. I'm abusing her. Come here. Okay, it's time. It's time for you to finally get this one. I love that half of the people, half of the kayak gators also like just don't have dogs in general, so they don't understand that, like, you know, sometimes they tweak shit. Is normal. Please, no, please show her mercy. Oh, this smells so bad. I will show her no mercy. Oh God, this smells so bad. I think it's a trachea or something. Oh God damn it, it smells bad. Yeah, dogs make noises, you know, it happens. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, when I tell you this is the worst smelling thing I've ever... Oh, it smells like straight ass. Oh, I have to fucking wash my hands after this. Jesus Christ, that smells like straight dookie. Lick it? Fuck no, dude. Oh, fuck no. You want it? Oh. Oh. Wait, you don't want it? The fuck? Why are you looking at me? This one is, yeah, it's a trachea, I think. There was a round gullet, a flat gullet, a braided gullet, and a trachea. And I think this one is the trachea. She's eating the Kirk. Ugh. She wants you to try it? No, I'm good. Wait, hold on. Let's take a little break here. Let's see what she does. She established good positioning. Very nice. Okay. Getting into it. Did you touch your face after touching that? You? No, I didn't touch like the actual part that I touched. I'm going to go. She's going to lick your face either way. I know. Good form. Very good. Oh, she's already cracking into it. God damn. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. How many gifted subs to try it? No amount of gifted subs that you can give me will help. Will cause me to try that. All right, let's continue.
It's clearly a very concerning time because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from...
Yeah. Europeans are, as Tarek Kenny Shawa says, Europeans are only panicking over Trump's assault on the so-called rule-based order now that they find themselves on the short end of the stick for the first time. Welcome to the world you help build. And just as us Americans have no say in this fucking process, you Europeans have no say in this process either. But considering that you're not America, you should have more of a say in this process. Okay? And if you were to rise up against American dominance and demand sovereignty, you would make it easier for people like ourselves to be able to do so as well. That's it. Nigel Farage and Mike Johnson, friends can disagree in private, and that's fine. That's part of life, part of politics. But to have the U.S. president threatening tariffs unless we agree that he can take over Greenland by some means without it seeming to even get the consent of the people of Greenland, I mean, that's a very hostile act.
Frank. You know, friends can disagree in private, and that's fine. And that's part of life, part of politics. But to have a US president threatening tariffs, unless we agree that he can take over Greenland by some means, without, it seems, even getting the consent of the people of Greenland, I mean, this is a very hostile act. There's no other way I can put it. Let's be frank.
Farage campaigned for Trump 3 times, by the way. No, I know. Hopefully, people will be reminded of this reality over and over again, and there will be a similar, like, Pierre Poilievre style situation in Europe as well. But it's not enough simply to lean into liberalism once again, because liberalism is done. Liberalism is over. If Europe tries to maintain its sovereignty through liberalism, it will fail. Okay, you need to go further. You need to go beyond. Same with the United States of America. Liberalism has no answer for this because this is a more honest and more vulgar version of what the liberal international order looked like anyway.
But now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else. If you back down now, you're going to lose your dignity. And that's probably the most precious thing you can have in a democracy. It's your
Did you cover the Carney clip already? Yes. Yes, I did. To be clear, this bargain no longer works is because it's targeting them. They had no problem with false international order that targeted and subjugated brown people. Yes, this is true. This is very strong rhetoric inside the frame it exists in. Yes, exactly. Make no mistake. All of this shit that's going on, all these guys that are like fucking complaining endlessly about this stuff are complaining because U.S. hegemony is now threatening their aesthetic sovereignty. They didn't really have full-blown sovereignty anyway, or at the very least, they were allowed to have like regulatory agencies or have some kind of like command over how, they want to exist. America let them have social safety nets. America let Europe have social safety nets. America let Europe have its own regulatory agencies so that you can have like, cleaner food and socialized medicine and the like. But now that America, by way of tariffs, is also taking that away and saying, no, you can't have any sort of fucking, no, you need to take our chlorinated chicken. That's it. Like, you need to take our chlorinated chicken. You need to take our massive behemoth vehicles, and you need to act as though you like it. All of that patina is gone. It don't shine no more. Now you're beginning to smell the dog shit and see the dog shit that it was. That always was this, global, international, liberal order. A lot of people dismiss independence and sovereignty as an emotional luxury, something you get stubborn about for pride's sake, only to discover that giving up control over your fate means you don't control your fate. Okay, but Europe have not been sovereign in this formulation for 80 years. Would you really argue it was a bad deal for them before Trump? Well, that's kind of the point. You don't get to control whether the deal is good for you or not. Exactly. The only thing Trump is doing away with is the aesthetics. That's precisely the reason why it's been really funny watching all these European leaders talk for the last couple of weeks or the last week or so, saying like, you can just build as many bases as you want in Greenland, Mr. President. What are you talking about? You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Why are you saying my way or the highway? We're giving you Greenland. You already have Greenland. You have our life. You have military bases all around this continent. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And Trump says, nope, my way or the highway. I'm going to take it by force. Same thing goes for Canada. The aesthetics are going away. The liberalism is going away. Trump is saying, no, we're doing away with liberalism. It's done. It's my way or the highway. You are vassals. You need to act like it. You need to know that you're vassals. That's it. So now comes the new world order. Do you actually try to maintain sovereignty, maintain dignity, maintain whatever way of existence you want to maintain? Or do you still end up being servile little vassal states to the United States of America because the United States of America is defending capitalism? And the alternative is far too scary because you've been taught that it's scary. It's bad for you. The alternative is socialism, and you cannot have socialism. But one thing you won't have, and I can promise you that, is fucking liberalism. It's done.
We are going to give guidance.
So the real question will now be, do you want socialism or do you want barbarism? And some people, I think, will maintain that they want barbarism. Right-wingers will. Hopefully, many of the liberals will recognize that perhaps it's time for socialism, an evolution away from American sovereignty, because American sovereignty is just defending capitalism, defending the interests of the international consortium of capital owners that have no interest whatsoever in what the working class's needs are, what the working class's demands are. They don't care about nation states. They don't care about boundaries. They care about profit, and that's it.
At some point to see what is a mom and pop that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, about 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to put...
He's talking about mom and pop landlords, by the way. Good news for the forgotten man. The mom and pop real estate investor who has purchased 12 homes can breathe easy. The Treasury Secretary is looking out for you. Yeah, based. I love slopulism. Based. Armand Domolowski says, just watching the collapse of American hegemony in real time. Because Macron said we need Chinese direct investment in Europe in some key sectors. American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as a weapon, tariffs as leverage. Remember, on Liberation Day, I told you what Donald Trump is saying to other countries is we're going to fix this trade deficit. How can you fix the trade deficit if you don't have goods that they want? How can you fix the trade deficit if there is competitive domestic manufacturing taking place in those countries? Well, you fix it by force. That's it. Donald Trump uses the mechanism of tariffs to basically rewrite the way that trade is supposed to be designed amongst allies in the liberal international order by saying, look, you're going to get our chlorinated chicken, you're going to get our HGH boosted cattle, and you're going to get our corn, which many of these places already have the corn anyway. And on top of that, you're going to get our Ford F-350s, Ford F-450s. And if you don't, we'll punish you, we'll brutalize you, we'll make things really bad for you. On the other side, you have another country that is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet that is saying, oh, do you want EVs? We'll give you EVs. You want to move in the direction of renewables, into the future of energy? We got that for you too. And not only that, but it'll be incredibly cost effective. So, it's a real which way Western man moment. One of the main successes of post-war order is placing a near complete taboo on de jure territorial expansion. Of course, it was replaced with vassalization and interference, but now we're returning to the vulgar original, Trump in Greenland and Russia in Ukraine. Yes, also, there is one other country that has been doing that, for the record, regardless of the New World Order, and that's Israel. An American recognition under Trump 1 of territorial expansion into Syria, the Golan Heights. Israel took over Golan Heights by force and annexed it, and Trump recognized that annexation. And in this new grand design, you're going to need other security cooperative agreements. You're going to need new security cooperation. You're going to need a nuclear security. So now countries with nukes that don't have, that don't let America control those nukes, like the UK, can at the very least, demand sovereignty by force. France, I'm looking right at you. All of a sudden, the economic engine of the European Union, Germany, is no longer more relevant than France. France becomes the security guarantor for the entirety of the European continent. No, because U.S. hegemony was never about liberal values and friendship. It was always based on U.S. power. That hasn't changed. It's so funny. This is like literally the argument that I used to make about NATO over and over again, and people will yell at me so much. So I'm in this unique predicament now where on the one hand, this is a great I told you so moment, but on the other hand, I also don't like the way that America is collapsing the international order. I wish that countries could have come to that recognition on their own, independently, and through their own sovereignty initiatives, without having America literally brutalize these nation states, without America literally saying, no, fuck you, we're going to take over your territory as well. But this is precisely what I was talking about when I talked about NATO for years. This is it. This is what I was talking about. And I hope all the liberals who fucking yelled at me because of the fears that they had about Russian incursion, fears that were realized after Russia did invade Ukraine, by the way, I understand that, will now realize that America's doing the same shit from your Western flank now. So you have two options. Either you recognize American dominance and you say the alternative is much scarier, communism, Chinese communism, very, very scary. Or what you think Russia is doing, even though it's not fucking socialist or communist, right? And you're just, you're getting fucked on both ends. Or you fight back against it. That's it. America broke all the rules first. America wrote the rules, man. It's the same principle behind consistently claiming that China is cheating. China is cheating over and over again. After China was able to actually develop and become a competitor to the United States of America and become like a real hegemonic power, another global superpower. Anyway, where the frick were we? Well, I'm going to cover to every American who's sorry at r/Greenland. We're getting at least 10 posts a day from Americans apologizing, saying things like they didn't vote for Trump or don't support his policies. People, none of that actually matters. You can say you're different from the rest of Americans, but to the rest of the world, the distinction doesn't exist. To us, your country is a single entity on the world stage, and it's threatening its allies. Think about how you view other countries. For example, Russian opposition doesn't change what Russia does because that's their domestic politics. The same thing applies to the U.S. too, except you had the power to choose your president, and you may still have it. So instead of coming here nonstop to apologize on behalf of your country for the constant need for sympathy, focus on actually changing something while you still can. We get the same on Canadian subreddits. We know it's not Americans as individuals, but we have no choice to see them as an entity, just as they see Canada as one. We've never said we're going to use our stock of maple syrup to cover the dividend states, but the orange Mussolini can't keep our country's name out of his mouth. Oh my God, all these fucking, it's so funny. It's liberals are so funny. Oh man. Americans figure out the hard way. Not all men, but enough men applies to international politics too. We know not everyone supported this, but enough did. Once again, like in some ways this is expected, but in some ways it's also unexpected. Do you want to go back to the previous setting where you at least feel like you're sovereign, or do you want to actually be sovereign? That's the question I have for people. And some might literally say, no, we want to go back to the old way where we had the feeling of sovereignty, even if we didn't actually have sovereignty. You know? Liberalism is that. From this day on, liberalism presents going back to the old method where you don't have sovereignty, but at least like Trump is building, military bases in Greenland, whether you want it or not, but at least he's not directly taking the land, right? He's not taking an ownership stake over the land. Trump amplifies post that says NATO, not China or Russia, is a part of the real threat to America. So at what point are we going to realize the enemy is within? China and Russia are both boogeymen when the real threat is UN, NATO, and this religion. I put religion in quotes because it's not a religion, it's a death cult. Yeah, I went there. What? I don't even know what he's on, to be honest.
Is a real threat to world peace.
Nothing sadder than a dog who begs for a shorter leash because it feels more free than a kennel. Damn, dude. We got fucking poets in the chat. Holy shit.
It would once have been unthinkable that a former NATO Secretary General would speak like this about a sitting US president. But in an interview with Channel 4 News, Anders Fogh Rasmussen did.
The future of NATO is at stake, and
she is begging to be rolled over. You ain't slick.
The world order as we know it is at stake. So it's a very serious situation.
This as Trump from West Palm Beach in Florida continued to ramp up pressure on old allies ahead of his trip to an agitated Europe this week, doubling down on his designs for Greenland.
Well, I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can protect it. Denmark, they're wonderful people. And I know the leaders are very good people, but they don't even go there. And, because the boat went there 500 years ago and then left, that doesn't give you title to property.
Just in case European leaders and NATO didn't get the message, he followed his words up with an image of himself planting a flag on the semi-autonomous Danish territory next to a sign saying US territory Est 2026. He also revealed private messages, giving his followers a glimpse of attempts to sway him. I'm committed to finding a way forward on Greenland, said NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Can't wait to see you. My friend, said Emmanuel Macron, I do not understand what you're doing on Greenland. Let us have dinner together in Paris. But already in Davos, the Belgian Prime Minister didn't mince his words.
Europe is at a crossroads where it has to decide. Until now, we tried to appease the new president in the White House, but now so many red lines are being crossed that you have the choice between your self-respect. Being a happy vassal is one thing, being a miserable slave is something else.
This weekend in Greenland's capital, furious protesters were joined by their Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen on a march to the US consulate. For them, conceding to the US is out of the question. For European leaders in Davos who will be meeting President Trump on Thursday to discuss his ambitions, stay calm and cajole has been the strategy so far, and one tested to breaking point. On Saturday, Trump threatened 8 allies, including Denmark and the UK, with 10% tariffs in February, increasing to 25% in June if they don't make a deal with him on Greenland. And on Monday, he threatened to slap a 200% tariff on French wine and champagne after President Macron refused to sign up to his so-called Board of Peace, the body he says will secure the future of Gaza, and one he's invited Russia's President Putin to join. China, meanwhile, has come to Europe and Greenland's defense.
We urge the US to stop using the so-called...
I saw some dumb fuck MAGA dick rider get owned by other MAGA people, actually, or at least more intelligent MAGA people, if that is a thing. There's this MAGA guy who was like, well, see, you guys see what China said? Obviously, disproves that Donald Trump was disrupting their interest in Greenland. And then someone literally replied with like, dude, they own like 9% of an Australian company that does mineral extraction in Greenland. That isn't like a major fucking geopolitical interest in Greenland. You're a fucking moron. Like, Donald Trump is destroying one of the most pivotal, long-standing security cooperation agreements that we have so that he can just like take land over for no fucking reason. I cannot believe it. Like, I was watching other MAGA people that are at least like a little bit more intelligent be like, what the fuck are you saying? Just because China came out and said you're disrupting the fucking world order doesn't mean that they're like actually really butthurt about Donald Trump doing this. If anything, they're smoking on the fucking Europac. Why would they be mad about this? This is fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome for China. Everything that Donald Trump does is literally more in the interest of China becoming a serious player on the global stage and not this like scary fucking spooky socialism, the representatives of fucking Chinese style communism that everyone is supposed to be terrified by because they look stable. And they are stable. They represent stability in the global order. Sigh, my parents left the wrong country. Oh no. You can be an ABC in China, chatter. At least you can still be ABC in China. Some of us whites cannot even be Chinese. At least you're ABC. And not ABT, American-born Turk. ABC means American-born Chinese. Not ABG, that's Asian baby girl. ABC is American-born Chinese, is a term that that I've first heard about in China. I'm a ABWC, American-born white Chinese.
China threat as a pretext for itself to seek selfish gains.
Never before has a NATO member threatened its own allies in this way.
ABC, the American-born confused Daisy.
Is the special relationship still special? Very special, yes.
Trump ally Mike Johnson visited number 10 this
Cuck. I mean, two cucks, really. Just cuck on cuck action.
morning before becoming the first ever sitting US House Speaker to address the UK Houses of Parliament. In a moment designed to mark 250 years of independence, it came with a warning for Prime Minister Starmer and collected MPs.
Clearly, President Trump is taking seriously the modern and dynamic.
Oh, that's so funny. You got the Speaker of the House coming to your government and telling you, we fucked you guys up 250 years ago. We got independence and now you're our bitches, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Keir Starmer is such a perfect vizier for American vassalization. Okay. He is the perfect person to put in charge of a vassal state. Just a dog, okay? Just a fucking shameless worm, a dog who just sits there and his primary purpose is to fucking eat America's dick. Yep, there it is. I love this photo. One of my favorite fucking photos of all time that perfectly demonstrates the relationship between America and the UK. When we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered, says Carney. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. That is not sovereignty. That reminds me of someone, says Aaron Bustani. I know that, yeah, the Henry Kissinger quote is actually fake. I don't think Henry Kissinger ever said it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal. But it is so real. I mean, you see that with the Kurds in Syria right now. You see that with all of America's allies in the core. All around, dude. Liberals that want to go back to the old way, that think that, you know, next time around, maybe the Democrats are going to fucking win, right? When liberals think, oh, well, Democrats will come into power and then, like, the system will change again. Like, we'll go back to the old way, are basically demanding, let's get back to us being vassals, but us feeling free. Not actually being free, but feeling free. Okay? That's all this is. Anyway, the quote gained traction from declassified documents showing Kissinger warning President Nixon that abandoning South Vietnamese President Thu would signal to the world that being America's friend was fatal. Oh. I thought he didn't actually say that. My bad. My mistake. So he did say it. And he was right, by the way. To be America's friend is fatal. And also, that did signal, well, it should have signaled to the rest of the world to be America's ally is fatal, but it didn't, because everyone was a part of the grand design, the liberal international order, where they thought, this will never come and haunt us. This will never come back to us. We will at least feel like we're a part of the team. And now Trump is saying, you're not a part of the team. You're a fucking vassal state. Suck my dick.
Dynamic threats that China and Russia pose to our global security, especially in focus the last few days as it relates to the Arctic. And while we can have thoughtful debate among our friends about how best to counter these threats, we all certainly agree they must be countered. We ignore these threats at our peril.
His emphasis on joint endeavours and the special relationship skipped over another angry missive from Trump, with Starmer in the crosshairs over a deal giving Mauritius sovereignty over the Chagos Islands, one that would still allow the...
I swear to God, every country just wants to be Israel, or at least thought that they were Israel, and they're not Israel, okay? Every vassal thinks that they had a system that was mutually beneficial. Like, they thought they were Israel, You're not fucking Israel, dude. You were wrong. That's the only country that is not America that gets to behave like America.
UK and the US to continue operating from a base there.
If you're Israel, show me your Mossad and control over an oil-rich region, yeah. Or also an incredibly important trade route as well. Control over an incredibly important trade route, which is in striking distance of the country that controls it. Because that's going to come into play when fucking Egypt inevitably implodes. Because that's coming too. Like, I saw, this is somewhat related, but I think Egypt's got like maximum 2 to 3 years before it fucking completely collapses. Maybe I'm wrong, but it kind of feels like Egyptians have had enough. So much so that when IShowSpeed went to Egypt, Egyptians themselves were like, don't come to Egypt, bro. It's going to fuck you up. It's going to be the worst. It's going to be the worst experience of all time. Like, we're fucking cooked. The country is unimaginably corrupt. The country is actually, the country is about to fucking explode because of how terrible the governances look like. Didn't it already collapse a few years ago? Yes. Bro, please, I'm wanted for army conscription. Send help, says Light Skin Bandit Gaming. You made a prediction, bro. Egypt will now survive for 1,000 years. Hopefully, inshallah. I don't know what it will look like, but I think that's part of the reason why America is hardening Israel to the best of its ability. Because if Egypt collapses, or if Jordan collapses, because there's a lot of instability in both of these places, okay, then you need Israel to come in and restore order in the fascist way. Because you can't have a dangerous potential sovereign Egyptian state. That's the reason for why Israel is such a key ally in the region, or at least one of the reasons. Bro, please, I'm wanted for roach slander. Send help. As an Egyptian, yes, the government is corrupt, but the people are not. The people stand with Palestine and against Israel. No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's like, listen, I think we all know by now that Mohammed bin Salman does not give two shits about Palestinians at all, okay? And the only reason why he takes the posture that he takes against Israel is because the Saudis, the people, actually care about Palestine, okay? And the same goes for Egypt as well. The Egyptian population literally overtook multiple police precincts a couple of months ago when the Egyptian government was like refusing to let people go in through the Rafah crossing, when there was like a period of a brief fake ceasefire. I know that. That's why I'm saying Egypt is gonna fucking collapse. The government is incredibly corrupt. But also on top of that, the people are very frustrated with the way that the government is operating, especially as it pertains to Israel and the Palestinians. Palestine, American Jordanian dual citizen here, to say that the monarchy has been holding on by a thread for the last 3 years and the only way they're maintaining the regime is because of extensive surveillance and suppression of the Palestinian Jordanian population. Yeah. Jordan is more likely to collapse. You're ruled by a foreigner who's king. The affordability there is severely worse than Egypt, and you have a massive Palestinian population. I think both of those countries are slated for an inevitable collapse. And what comes next, I do not know. What that collapse looks like and what kind of like real mobilization or organization happens in the aftermath of that, I do not know. I'm just saying that there's only so much pressure people can withstand. Why does this person say E? One factor to remember is the last revolution only happened because the Egyptian military stepped in. This time the president is in full control of the military and filled the ranks with his people. Bro, it's not dissimilar to what's going on in Iran, except this time it's a little different because Iran is a foreign adversary and has been crippled by sanctions. But like, there's only so much pressure and so much repression you can apply to the population until they decide, like, fuck it, you know, it's YOLO time. We're taking up arms. Like, yes, Mossad involvement and American weapons or Israeli weapons were used or Turkish weapons were used in the uprisings that took place in Iran, certainly. But you still got Iranians pulling the trigger, okay? How the fuck do you get Iranians to pull the trigger against their own police? There's real resentment there. And that resentment is obviously partially born out of the economic instability that America caused with its sanctions, but it's also born out of, people experiencing great discontent with the state and the way that the regime strikes people down, refuses to listen to their interests, and tries to maintain its own base of support and their needs and their interests by continuously using like their version of like this Islamic rule upon the Iranian population. But eventually that with the economic collapse, you are going to chip away at your own base of support as well, just like what happened when the bazaar owners, like the little market owners and the little shop owners were the starting point for this round of struggle.
But Trump, despite his Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing it as a monumental achievement last year.
The death toll in Iran is in the thousands, admitted by the government, by the way. Remind some members of your audience who were yelling all CIA. I mean, I didn't do that. No matter how much my fucking naysayers try to turn the situation in Iran into another fucking petty disagreement or something. There is CIA and Mossad intervention and involvement, but that doesn't mean that there isn't like very real anger and resentment. Remember, it's not like those were, even if you have, Israeli weapons or Turkish weapons or American weapons being shipped into the country, it was Iranians that were pulling the fucking trigger. Yes, the numbers are not in like the 20K in the way that people are presenting it. But that doesn't matter because 2,000, 4,000, like those are insane numbers, especially over such a short period of time. Yeah, Mossad have also hijacked the narrative and turned it from the economy to repression. That's why you continually saying it's about repression is harmful. That's not true. There's never been a moment where I haven't talked about the economy. That's ridiculous. Egyptian parking ticket police also corrupted. Couple cigarellos will do it. The fuck?
Has posted that it was an act of great stupidity, and another, he said, in a very long line of national security reasons why Greenland has to be acquired. It's a blow for the Prime Minister and his carefully choreographed and until now war.
As far as having Iranians pull the trigger, don't color revolutions have locals doing the actions? On this topic, I'm an idiot. Yes. It is. Of course, it always is. Yes. The level of foreign intervention and even color revolutions cannot actually lead to success if there isn't already existing discontent that has not been acknowledged, discontent that has been quietly or forcefully suppressed over and over again by a militant state. That's the point that I'm making. If you don't actually lean into the desires of your base or the desires of your population, then yeah, you're gonna have these troubles, and they're gonna grow. The more people you kill, the more family members join the fight and demand vengeance. You can't just like arrest an increasingly larger number of dissidents. Okay, it's just not. There's not. One must ask the question why the Iranian Revolution took place to begin with, because that's what they did. Sure, the base of support that the Shah had was, still much smaller than the base of support that the Ayatollah has. But eventually, something's going to give. When people say mean stuff about you, how do you deal with it? I get bullied sometimes at school. I don't know what to do. First of all, that made me very sad. to hear, and I'm sorry that that's happening to you. But one thing you always have to remember is that people that do that to you, people that bully you, are actually doing it because they're fucking sad. Okay? It's always because they have something horrible going on in their own lives, and they have to take it out on someone like yourself. Okay? To make themselves feel powerful. It's because they're weak. It's because they're cowardly. It's because they refuse to address whatever issue is going on in their lives. And that's the reason why they turn it on people like yourself, or even on the internet, people like myself as well. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different for, in my situation. It's a little bit different in my situation because, I sometimes get a glance into the lives of what my naysayers look like. And obviously, I'd much rather be myself than them. But that's something that you have to also remind yourself. You are powerful. You're strong. You're your own independent person. And you shouldn't let people's behavior like that get to you. I was fucking yelled at quite a bit. I was bullied quite a bit when I was growing up as a marabou in Turkey, right? And I spent most of my days drawing, keeping to myself. I had, some close friends, of course, but ultimately, look where I'm at now. Yup, drawing own porn. Okay, everyone needs to fucking calm down, all right? The things I tell you, you shouldn't be throwing back at my face like this. According to your recent guest, it's all about growth. Ask him about the bathroom stalls.
Oh, yeah. So growing up, I used to eat in the bathroom stalls. I used to be super introverted. Like, I would never go up to anyone or talk or strike convos or, sit with anyone. Fuck? Yeah, so when I would eat at school, I would walk to the bathroom stalls and I would eat in the third stall. Like you know how they have the handicap stall?
So people were shitting?
Yeah.
Like next to you.
Yeah.
And you were just eating tacos while they're shitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Did you ever bully anyone back? No. No, never. No. I think I'm far too kind. I never ever did that shit. Like, I wasn't even like a bully to the bullies, I think I do that now a lot more. I do that now because I have the power to do that now, and I do that for others who are getting bullied, But no, back then I didn't do that at all. I just focused on myself, focused on self-improvement, and, the results speak for itself, I guess.
I get sick every now and then, but it's because it was just hard for me to talk to people. But,
bro, that is so sad. Yeah. That's one of the saddest things anyone's ever revealed to me. You volunteer this information to people?
Yeah, but it was character development. You know what I'm saying? Looking back, I was like,
you were eating dookie air.
I wasn't eating dookie air, bro.
Yeah, bro. Ask him about the bathroom stalls. Was the library not an option? No way. That was the next best choice. Was going outside not an option? Information only Batman could get out of me when my head under his tire. Yeah, he folded under zero pressure. Bro folded under zero pressure for no reason. I was in your class. You bullied me. Okay, chatter. Thanks for the advice. You are my top 3 favorite streamer. But anyway, nowadays, obviously, on the other side of it, right? After all of that period of struggle and self-development, it doesn't necessarily bother me at all when some random fucking dickhead online is talking about how much I suck or how evil I am, right? Because who gives a shit? Like, I have a pretty sweet life, No, it's not that I'm desensitized. It's just that, I have a pretty awesome life. Let's be real. He'd be number 1 if he gained more. True. And the people that are doing that are objectively having a tough go at it. Like, even, did you answer Chatter's question? I did. Even, dude, even someone like Asmongold, you think he's having a great time? I don't think so. He could engage in self-improvement. He could be a happier person. He could clean his house. He could go to the gym, go outside, develop relationships with real human beings every now and then. And he would probably be a much happier person overall, but he doesn't do that. And he lives in miserable conditions. You did get him to clean his room? I mean, sure, okay.
Warm relationship with Trump, a sign of dramatically shifting dynamics, of diplomatic whiplash.
Seems like you really revel in calling people cucks, bald, short, etc., etc. Maybe you fell off. Yes. I've fallen off spectacular style. Hopefully one day you guys can fall on to how much I've fallen off.
Being felt nowhere more than in the Swiss mountain town of Davos, where global leaders meet this week.
Joining me now from the World Economic Forum in Davos is the former Secretary-General of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Prime Minister of Denmark. Mr. Fogh Rasmussen, Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, says he doesn't understand what Donald Trump is doing with Greenland. Do you? Can you enlighten him and us?
No, I don't understand it either. And the serious thing is that the future of NATO is at stake, and the world order as we know it is at stake. So it's a very serious situation.
Perilous indeed.
Yes, it is. So I think we have to engage in a more constructive discussion. President Trump wants to acquire Greenland, but Greenland is not for sale, and you can't purchase something that's
Trump knows. That's why he's taking it for free 99.
Not for sale. So his only means of acquiring Greenland would be to conquer it by a military action, which of course would mean the end of NATO.
Denmark has sent 100 troops into Greenland. Doesn't it need to be much more forceful? You know, it's the only language that Donald Trump understands, the language of power. Doesn't a far larger contingent now need to go into Greenland?
Time has come to stand up against Trump. I would appreciate a stronger presence of NATO troops in Greenland, and I think the European Union should respond determinedly if Trump carries out the special tariffs.
Your successor as NATO Secretary-General, Mark Rutte, sent the most sycophantic, I guess, message to Donald Trump, praising his accomplishments in Syria, in Gaza, in Ukraine. Is that the wrong approach? Is that diplomacy 101, or is it sycophancy?
Well, as I said, so far I think it has served us well. But I think enough is enough. He is threatening the current world order that has served us for so well for so many decades. And that's why I think time has come to stand up against him. The only thing Trump respects is force, strength, and unity. And that's exactly what Europe should show now.
Is NATO dead? Because Trump has threatened a NATO ally.
It does not make sense to have a collective security organization where the major ally attacks another ally with the aim to take territory. So it would be the end of NATO.
Standing back, it seems extraordinary that we're having this conversation. When you look at what's happened just in the last few days, you know, Donald Trump plants a Stars and Stripes flag on Greenland, an AI image. He threatens a 200% tariff on French champagne simply because Emmanuel Macron won't join his peace board. He suggests that he'll wage war on Greenland because he didn't win a peace prize. Do you agree with the Conservative peer Dan Hannan, who said today he has plainly now lost his mind?
Actually, the fact is Trump uses the same kind of language as autocrats in Moscow and Beijing. Putin and Xi Jinping use exactly the same language, and they applaud this.
Dude, you got to uncuck your mind, brother. Brody, uncuck your fucking mind. Dude, what can China do for these these Euroid dipshits to turn around and be like, you know what? Actually, we were fucking wrong. We were wrong all along. Like, America will be like, we're taking over Greenland and maybe Norway's next. And these guys would be like, well, what if the Chinese were to do such a thing? Think how terrifying that would be. It's crazy. It's crazy. Bro says, stop arming Russia. They're not talking about that, though. They're talking about how China's doing the same posture, okay? America is doing Russia directly, okay? Remember, there's no like, oh, China's giving fucking, China's trade maxing with Russia as it's like fucking destroying Ukraine. Okay, sure. America is directly doing Russia shit on the Western flank. What the fuck do you mean? Like how? How do you still go, but China, in a situation where America's like, fuck NATO, suck my dick. Actually, you're going to keep the NATO situation going, and I'm going to take fucking Greenland by force. And they're like, no, you don't understand, Mr. President. You can actually put the base on there. And he's like, no, I don't just want the fucking base. I want like the land. I want the land. You're going to give it to me. You're going to give me the fucking land. And these guys are like, whoa, what about the Chinese? What are they doing? Did they take Greenland? It's called racism. Welcome to Europe. I know, but like racism works at the domestic level when you're like, these goddamn immigrants are coming in and taking advantage of our social safety net. So we should just like kill ourselves. We should kill our social safety nets altogether. That's how it works in America. That's how white supremacy works. But at a certain point, like adults in the fucking room are supposed to be like, okay, I think out of the two major powers on the planet, like one represents stability, even though they don't look like us. And I'm a little fearful. They say they're communists. And the other one is literally invading us. Yeah, I would assume at a certain point you have to go, yeah, I kind of don't want the guy invading me. I will go with the other guy who is not invading me. You don't understand they're coping. They think Trump is just playing hardball for a deal on rare earths and bases on Greenland. Yeah, but Trump could have gotten that already. People will be like, oh, yeah, well, what about the Chinese? They might take Taiwan. It's like, bro, America already has multiple Taiwans that they've taken over. Actually, it's not even fucking Taiwan. America taking over Canada would be like beyond the fucking pale. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm trying to find an equivocation, but there's nothing I can even think of. Like, they'll say, oh, Hong Kong. They'll say, oh, Taiwan. It's like Hong Kong was a fucking colonial loan to the United Kingdom. Taiwan is almost entirely now comprised of Chinese people that escaped with all of the fucking Chinese gold and as much Chinese wealth that they could possibly take so that they could create a cessationist country on the island of Formosa. Yeah, America is it's Hitler taking Poland. We just need to say that. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's Austria. I can't even say like, I don't even think it's like, there's no, like the equivalence is crazy. It's like we are going back to colonial powers. Like we're going back to like monarchies, you know? Why didn't they invade that shit immediately? Wait, you mean with China and Taiwan? Because the Korea War happened. That's why. Because when Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang forces escaped the mainland and went to Taiwan with as much fucking gold as they could have they could get their hands on, Mao Zedong wanted to literally go into Taiwan as well and, you know, nip this shit in the fucking bud. But then the Korean War was happening, and the already reduced Chinese forces had to go in and defend Korea from the American genocide that took place. Chiang Kai-shek? Wait, what do you mean? That's what I said, didn't I? I didn't say hi. I said Kai. Did I not say Chiang Kai-shek? Okay. The accent you do is racist. What, the European one? Your fake accent is racist. Okay, calm down.
Split across the Atlantic. They will be the winners if they see the transatlantic community erode. So it doesn't make sense.
Has he taken leave of his senses?
I don't know, but my observation is there is no strategy behind President Trump's behavior.
I wonder why you're reluctant to answer that question, because you've said, you know, it's time for flattery is over. So speak plainly. Do you think the people who say he's gone mad are right?
Yeah, but, well, I think it is senseless the way he's behaving.
You described Donald Trump as behaving like an autocrat, like Putin, for example. And of course, he's invited Putin to his peace board. He's invited also autocrats from Belarus and Kazakhstan. Is he Donald Trump, the biggest threat now to world peace?
Yes, indeed.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Overnight, President Trump agreeing to meet face-to-face with NATO allies this week as European leaders race to rein in his push for Greenland. The president, who heads to Switzerland later to...
I just don't know how he's gonna... Like, I don't know if he truly wants Greenland in its entirety, or if it's like an autonomous zone or something. Maybe he can say he liberated Greenland and act as though he like gave Greenland independence and it becomes like an autonomous American zone or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he just like genuinely wants it. He says he genuinely wants it. I understand that, but it's just such a stupid fucking thing. Like, what I do feel like, however, is that if he actually does, you know, straight up forcibly take Greenland, like conquer Greenland, he will do it to Canada too. I guess maybe he'll like turn it into Puerto Rico or something. I don't know. COFA agreement might be the only way off this ramp and save face. Russia took Ukraine. He wants to do it as well, like a power move to show and expand as well. No, I don't think it's like that. There's a giant conspiracy with ice caps melting. China and Russia will be able to trade through the north. I mean, it's not a giant conspiracy. That's literally what is going on. Yes. An opening of a new trade route. I don't think that's a conspiracy theory at all. I think that is literally what is happening. And they want to have control over that. But you already can have bases in fucking Greenland. Do you guys not understand? NATO means you can put as many fucking bases you want in Greenland. Okay? And that's actually what the Danish have said as well. They're like, Mr. President, like, what are you doing? This is we're a NATO country. Like, what the fuck? We invaded Iraq for you. Put as many bases as you want. You had bases in Greenland. A ton of bases.
Today for the World Economic Forum in Davos, posting he has agreed to a meeting of the various parties. Writing, as I expressed to everyone very plainly, Greenland is imperative for national and world security. There can be no going back. On that, everyone agrees. But NATO leaders are racing to de-escalate. Trump has threatened 8 NATO countries with punishing tariffs after they sent forces to Greenland in a show of support. Trump now revealing private text messages he received from French President Emmanuel Macron, saying, "We are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland." A source close to the French president confirming the message is genuine. It comes as Trump attempts to downplay his own text messages to Norway's prime minister, insisting his Nobel Peace Prize snub isn't a factor in his push for Greenland.
No, I don't care about the Nobel Prize.
Over the weekend, Norway's prime minister texted...
Okay, but you brought it up. Like, I don't think that's the primary reason here. Guys, come on, be real. Don't be liberals, okay? I don't think that's the major reason. But why bring it up? It's just a flex, I guess, to be like, because he is mad and he wanted to like show that he's mad, I guess. But like, I don't think that's the major reason. Although I will say, I don't see him invading FIFA, you know? So I guess there is evidence to suggest that if you do give him a prize, he won't invade you, you know? So I don't know.
Trump asking to work things out over the phone, but Trump firing back. "Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be productive."
He's such a bitch. Like, this is such a bitch-made thing to do, especially as the American president. Like, oh, you did this. I don't even want peace anymore. Yeah. You don't give me a Nobel Peace Prize? Well, guess what? You gave it to Barack Obama, but you wouldn't give it to me. Yeah, have fun with that. He's a petulant child. Iran needs to give Trump a gold mine and a tower with the only casino in the whole of Iran, and it doesn't work that way. I wish it did, but it doesn't work that way because Israel will intervene. That's the one country that can't do that, actually. Every other country can win favor with the king as long as they play ball in the courts, you know. My lordship, we have given you a $400 million plane from the glorious nation of Qatar. And then Trump will be like, "Qatar is so good. It's so nice to me. I love them. Al Jazeera, one of my favorite news stations. Very nice. Have you ever seen Doha? It's beautiful. But like, that's the one country that can't do that is Iran, I think. Unless they straight up were like, yeah, by the way, Qatar did that and still got bombed twice. Like, they did do that, and then they got bombed. And one was Israel, and then the other was when Iran bombed Qatar as retaliation for Israel and America. So I guess you could say both times were because of Israel.
Prominent, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. He's very preoccupied with the Nobel Peace Prize, the Norwegian Prime Minister told reporters. And as I've explained to him many times, it's an award given by a Norwegian committee, not by the Norwegian government.
If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says.
Trump refusing to back down, overnight posting this edited image of an August Oval Office meeting with global leaders, showing the American flag covering Greenland. And this fabricated image of himself planting the American flag with a sign that says Greenland.
I guess I didn't think it would be this stupid. You know? Like I was expecting it. I just wasn't expecting it to be this dumb. Does that make sense? Like, it's definitely dumber than I envisioned it to be. Like, I joked about how stupid it will look, but I didn't think that it would be this much. War propaganda is always this dumb. Now it's just faster. I mean, but this is like back in the day, war propaganda was conducted by, I mean, it was designed by artists and, you know, creative writing went into it. Like, now it's so blunt. You are sane washing him, lol. No, I am not sane. There is no sane washing this. Hello? You can't look at what's in front of you. What do you mean sane washing him? Yeah, I guess RIP Scott Adams. Scott Adams is dead, and so is right-wing propaganda. Are we sure it's an AI image?
U.S. territory. All eyes will now be on Davos as world leaders gather. They are going to try to turn down the temperature and convince Trump to back away from this insistence on taking Greenland and his threat of those punitive tariffs. But the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, speaking to reporters there in
Bro, the average American is dumber than a baboon. This shit works on their supple minds. Yeah, I think Americans have basically knotted themselves up into this like dumbass pretzel trying to fucking lean into like what their immediate resentment is. I saw a report outside of I think it was the Broadview ICE facility. People were talking about, reporters were talking about how like a big chunk of the ICE agents are like black and brown. One very interesting aspect of like what Trump is doing with ICE is that there are a lot of black and brown ICE agents, right? And it's really interesting to see like Americans, even like white supremacist Americans or Americans that have like all of this, you know, unrealized, unchecked white supremacist attitudes, watch black and brown ICE agents brutalize like white suburban moms and shit and not even feel some type of way. And then a reporter was talking about how they were outside of the Broadview ICE facility. And one of the black ICE agents was saying like, well, y'all weren't protesting when there were black people being trapped in here. And it's like, do you not? Like, what? So you do recognize what you're doing is fucked up. Like, what? Still regurgitating DEI ICE talking points? Wait, what? I mean, if you don't recognize that American fascism is very, very diverse, I don't know what to tell you. The American fascist movement and American fascism is very American. And by that, I mean very diverse, because to be diverse is to be American, ironically enough. Bro, there was a Somali ICE agent in Murderapolis, okay? Like, what are we doing? Like, there are ICE agents that are like of Somali American descent, Somali American background. That's it. We are a country where there have been old Asian men that have done mass shootings, girls in school that have done mass shootings, black white supremacists that have done mass shootings and school shootings. Like, we're a country that is so diverse that to do a school shooting is to be American, okay? And because America is a very diverse country, the expression of white supremacy as the domineering American ideology is going to be expressed by different subsects of America that happen to be incredibly diverse. Yeah, this is the Somali ICE agent getting yelled at. Crazy thing is how many Latinos are in ICE. He could have been frauding with us, shaking my head. Okay, that's fucked up, but that's still kind of funny. I'm sorry. It was a moment of weakness. Unironically, it's more of a testament to how diverse white supremacy is. I mean, yeah. And then he walks away. It's just like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay? It's never been like this. I mean, sure, there's always been capos or race traders, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's always been people that have not race trader, that's a white supremacist terminology, but you see what I'm saying. Like, people that have been a part of the out group that will then go and dominate their own people, dominate their own ethnic minority group, things like that. Compradors, right? I was thinking more so of clash trader, which is a much more common thing that happens, right? But this is, pick me, sellouts, all this stuff. But it is common, but it's never been this. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's never been like the majority, right? Or close to the majority. Because if you look at the numbers, first of all, Customs and Border Patrol, the majority are Hispanic, right? Like, for every one Jewish collaborator with the Nazi, you had 99%, white Aryan Nazis or people who believed that they were a part of it. For every group of Slavs that align with the Nazis, like the ones in Ukraine, there was 100-fold in the army and the forces of the USSR that were working to liberate the concentration camps. So like the way that the percentages have shifted so much that like you have a majority of like black and brown people working in dominating black and brown people is crazy. These goddamn Hispanials taking ICE jobs from the good whites who deserve them. When is someone going to say something about these Latinos taking our ICE jobs? I want to do white supremacist racism, but them goddamn Latinos, they work extra hard. They work much harder than me. I hate it. That's right. They finna slime that ICE agent at Juma. He is not making it to Juma. Okay, let's be real. It is fascinating. It is like so uniquely American. It's a testament to American diversity, which is ironic because the entire agency is supposed to purge America of its diversity. Meanwhile, it is the most diverse fucking agency out there. I don't know. It's just shocking. Oh, a PC term for the phenomenon is subject race from Zoran's dad.
Switzerland this morning saying, quote, everyone should take the president at his word. George.
NATO's never.
Did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that.
It's crazy how well this video of you talking about ICE from 7 years ago hasn't aged.
And I did not speak out.
Yeah,
First they came for the communists.
I wrote this piece in 2018.
And I did not speak out because I was not a communist.
ICE is Gestapo, a state-sponsored law enforcement division created to wreak havoc in our communities, separate families, and punish people, well, overwhelmingly people of color, for the crime of wanting to pursue the American dream.
When you commit a crime against this country, enter the country illegally, you should be worried.
ICE terrorizes your neighbors with its indiscriminate exercise of force and has less to do with violent criminal apprehension than ever before. You don't target jaywalkers when you're trying to end violent crime, so why do ICE targets range from teenagers in middle school to little girls with cerebral palsy on their way to the hospital? And no, I didn't misspeak. ICE literally apprehended a child with cerebral palsy.
A 10-year-old girl with cerebral palsy faces deportation after her ambulance was stopped at an immigration checkpoint while on her way to get emergency surgery.
Do you feel safe? I feel much safer knowing that this criminal is getting deported.
Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist.
And it doesn't end there. Just look at Long Island, for example. Remember at his State of the Union where Trump made it seem like Long Island had been overtaken by Salvadorian murder gangs raping and killing indiscriminately? And by the way, MS-13 has been responsible for a high number of murders in the area, I will admit that. And violent criminals and gang members who are here illegally should absolutely be deported. However, ICE has used this statistic and Trump's constant fear-mongering to justify what The Intercept calls the new school-to-deportation pipeline. Now, in the Long Island school system, undocumented minors are not protected by the law, and they can be reported for insanely trivial things like a scribble on a notebook or for wearing a Lady Gaga
lib. I mean, dude, like, once they fucking carry out their penalty for their crime, yeah, it's fine to fucking deport someone as long as justice is served. What are we talking about? Like, if you're MS-13 or if you've like raped someone and you go to fucking prison after you go through the court system, like, or even if there is like any sort of process where they think like there's a real assurance, like once due process takes place, I don't have an issue with that. But there's a difference between that and whatever the fuck this administration is doing. This is also the other side of this argument, right? Whenever we talk about borders, like when people go, oh, well, a nation without border is not a nation at all, or like, oh, you want open borders. There's no such thing as fucking open borders, okay? It's not like that at all. Freedom of travel actually makes this process expeditious and less likely to be in any way, shape, or form controlled by, the black market. Like, I want people that want to come into the United States of America to be able to come into the United States of America with proper background checks and no silly fucking restrictions. Oh my God, I'm effing again. That's awesome. I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet today. Oh my Lord, the internet today is so cooked. What the fuck? Okay, it should be back. Okay. You suck, Hassan, your future girl says. Tier 1, previously subscribed. Your future girl. You suck, Hassan. You're not my future girl. Anyway, the point I was making earlier is that I want there to be a safe and easy method of travel, a safe and easy way for people to get gainful employment inside of the United States of America. Okay? That is the appropriate measure to take here. I want the people that are here that don't have American citizenship, that have been here for years on end, working for pennies on the dollar, to get the proper documentation. I understand immigration for what it actually is. It's paperwork. It's a paperwork crime. Okay? And I think the penalty for a paperwork crime should match the actual severity of the crime itself, the harm. And there is no harm for people that come here to seek out a better life, to get gainful employment. It's fucking ridiculous. It makes no sense.
T-shirt, which no one should be punished for. Lady Gaga's great. And if you're not documented yet, even if you're waiting on your green card to arrive, you basically have no rights.
Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist.
And ICE not only deports children, which is already incredibly inhumane, they also target immigrants who are involved in political advocacy. They detain activists for absolutely frivolous reasons. For example, citing a 10-year-old driving infraction, ICE arrested Eliseo Dorado, who is the husband of a sanctuary church leader in Colorado. Last year, ICE detained and threatened to immediately deport dreamer Daniela Vargas right after she spoke at a rally opposing a proposed state anti-immigration law. But what does the director of ICE, Thomas Homan, have to say about all this?
I'm enforcing laws that they've enacted. I'm
I'm enforcing laws that the president signed.
Except that's not exactly the case, because the authorities always enjoy a great deal of discretion over which laws are enforced and how severely. The laws and enforcement in the previous administration kept ICE in check, directing agents to steer clear of otherwise law-abiding residents, even if they were undocumented. So basically, grandma doesn't get the boot for a broken taillight because that shit is inhumane. Yet, even with those directives in place, the Obama administration still deported more people than Trump in his first year. But there's one area ICE has nearly tripled its enforcement on: non-criminal immigrants. Now, under these new directives, ICE happily targets low-hanging fruit, severely increasing the amount of legal permanent residents, since to a racist shitlord like Donald Trump, these are just numbers on the board.
Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew.
It doesn't matter if you're a law-abiding legal permanent resident. Even if you're here legally and ICE doesn't like your tone, or if you have a tiny smudge on your record, they will target you for deportation. It doesn't matter if you were brought here at the age of 1 and 29 years later your 5-year-old son is battling leukemia. ICE will first tell you you're not a priority when you submit an application for sanctuary, then they'll detain you years later. No one is safe. Community leaders and business owners of immigrant backgrounds are subjected to intense scrutiny and get detained. Even doctors aren't safe.
A doctor has been detained by ICE after living in the U.S. for nearly 40 years.
This guy escaped Poland at the age of 5 and was a legal permanent resident for 40 years. He was nabbed for 2 crimes committed in '92 when he stole property worth under $100, and then he broke property over $100, and the offenses were later expunged from his record anyway. But that didn't stop ICE from deporting him.
Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Now, I know I'll be criticized up and down for this comparison I've made linking ICE to Gestapo, but it's one that you have to understand. Yes, ICE isn't rounding up immigrants to gas them to death, but that's not how the Gestapo started off either. We live in a time when ICE is actively trying to become a U.S. intelligence agency to get warrantless surveillance powers. History is riddled with examples of horrific, inhumane abuses perpetrated under the veil of following and enforcing the rule of law. Don't forget that Gestapo was also enforcing the laws of their land at that time. Laws of the land change with time and progress, and it's up to us to stand for that change we want to see. It's probably why Holocaust expert Robert Galatly described the Gestapo as a reactive organization, which was constructed within German society and whose functioning was structurally dependent on the continuing cooperation of German citizens. So if Americans want to stop our very own modern-day incarnation of the Gestapo, it's up to us to speak up. It's up to us to speak out and resist. I'm Hassan.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only trusted name in news, the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to know tomorrow's news today, is what I should have said in 2018 when I was covering it at the time. And I never stopped covering it. I kept covering it over and over again. Please go back to writing your shit, dog. Because whatever we got now is cooked. Wait, what? I think it's fine. I think I'm doing a fine job now. Open Presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, this shit was back in 2018, chat.
Piker.
This was back in February 12th, 2018. I thought this video was from a week ago at first. Not a word has changed. Scary watch in 2025. Bro had a vision. This is why I laugh whenever motherfuckers say, Hassan, you're, you've changed. And the people that say you've changed actually end up arriving at my conclusions from a long time ago, eventually. Okay? Buddy, tomorrow's news today is great. 2026 news in 2018 is wild. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to know tomorrow's news today, you didn't change, you got popular. Take me back to the 500 viewer streams. Why the fuck? First of all, this account was created in 2021, following since 2023. So, judging by the information that I know of your background, something doesn't make sense. You've changed a little. This is also why it's stupid to compare you to Asmongold. You've been doing this forever and you actually studied political science? Yes. But it's not just that I studied political science. It's that I have a coherent and consistent worldview. I have a real vision for a better future. A lot of these guys don't. A lot of reactionaries don't. Even if reactionaries think that they have some sort of ideological consistency, that always changes. That vision always changes for people like that. They don't have this aspirational future that they want to move towards. Okay? And they can't really. Like the most maximalist version of this, like the most logically consistent ideologically consistent reactionary is a fascist, right? Like an actual die-in-the-wool, straightforward, neo-Nazi fascist. Like that is, and even then you got Nick Fuentes, who is the representative of this kind of thing, and even he doesn't really have firm commitments to anything that he has claimed to be in support of. Hutch is a perfect example. His worldview changes along with whatever the Dem Party chooses. Exactly. You have liberals who do this kind of thing as well. And you certainly have Republicans who do this kind of thing as well. Especially Republicans. They do it way more frequently than liberals do.
Openly admitted,
Yeah, I mean, this is the comparison. That's why I always laugh when dumb fuck right-wingers or even like dumb fuck centrists will be like, Hassan and Asmongold are two sides of the same coin. Meanwhile, this is Asmongold's worldview.
You openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that.
Yeah, your viewers could turn on a stream from 2020 and get essentially the same exact coverage. You might be the most consistent commentator online. And the real reason why I'm probably one of the most consistent commentators online is because, unfortunately, the problems haven't changed. As a matter of fact, they've only gotten worse. So anytime I say, like, this is going to get worse, and then you watch it fucking 8 years later, you're like, oh my God, how did you nail it? All of the things that you said were going to happen are happening now. Including, like in that previous video where I was talking about how ICE has grand aspirations to become a surveillance agency or play a more formative role in the surveillance apparatus of the government. That's here. That's here now, where they're using Stingray and Israeli technology to mass surveil the population. They got fucking Palantir. This is pre-AI. So the tech tools were not even available at the time, but they were still trying to do it. Not hard to predict. I know. I don't think this is like, listen, first of all, it's fine. Being a socialist in 1999 feels a lot more vindicating in 2026. They're unprincipled. I was calling what neocons were doing in early fascists. They said I was overreacting, but now look at us, not hard to predict. I know, chatter. That's my point. My point is that I don't have like a special gift of foresight. I'm just applying what I have seen take place in the past to my predictions on what might come next. Okay? And as long as you have consistent principles and you engage in dialectical thinking and you have the capacity for pattern recognition, you will be able to understand where society is going. Unfortunately, however, especially in this day and age, common sense is not so fucking common. So yeah, I'm not really reinventing the wheel when I say these sorts of things, or when I was saying these sorts of things in 2018, just like I'm not fucking, just like I'm not reinventing the wheel right now, right? And yet, you see how some people react to this commentary even now. So many people who reflexively go, fuck you, you're fucking bad, you're stupid, you're a commie, you hate America. You think they didn't say that back then? Of course they did. They were saying the exact same shit. Maybe a much smaller group of people were saying that because I wasn't as popular as I am now. But that's it. Probably your biggest L is that you, like most, assumed America is the exception and won't fall apart and reform will come. No, that's not true. There is me trying to hemorrhage, or there's me trying to put a fucking Band-Aid or gauze on a gaping wound, which is what my commentary is when I talk about like changing the current duopoly structure into one that is more beneficial, okay? One that's more beneficial for organizing versus what I think is going to happen. Your commentary isn't even remotely radical to others who consistently call out justice. Yes, but the only difference there is that I think I have been able to get this commentary in front of many more eyeballs than ever before, partially due to the internet. That's it. I'm not a unique person at all. However, you see how this works. You see how when a popular figure, a popular commentator on the internet is met with like so much fucking enmity, so much hatred for maintaining a consistent position, constantly with people surrounding him. Constantly there are people all around me that just say, you're wrong. I don't want to hear it. I want to shoot the messenger instead. And I'm going to look for reasons as to why I shouldn't listen to you. I'm not going to take your message. I'm not going to learn what you are saying. I'm not going to be charitable to what you have to say. I am going to simply go, there must be a good reason for why I shouldn't listen to this person. And I will go to anyone that will tell me that this guy ain't shit. People basically fucking hit themselves with a fucking blunt object over and over again by watching slop tubers who tell them to whisper sweet nothings in their ear about how, yeah, no, this guy ain't shit. He's fucking stupid, dog. I don't have any qualifications to say this, but I can repeat the Reddit, the Redditors that have figured out a way to disparage this person. Just don't listen to him at all. He's rich. He's a rich socialist. Don't listen to him. He's hypocritical. He's fucking bad. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. He's an evil guy. He's an evil guy over and over again. And if there's a steady cycle of, if there is a steady flow of slop that keeps flowing, you never actually have to go to the other side and encounter what I have to say sincerely or with any sort of charitability whatsoever, especially because the industry that I'm in is dominated by self-interested, narcissistic multimillionaires who will take their own personal resentments and personal anger out on others who have at any given point called them out for something, even if they've done it in a gentle manner. I happen to be the contrary to what the people in my chat tell me all the time, where I'm not being ruthless enough to my fucking ideological enemies or whatever. I actually try to do that in the best way possible, in the gentlest way possible. And yet any kind of pushback is met with so much anger, so much resentment, so much enmity.
You openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters. What matters fundamentally is how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives.
So fucking stupid. First of all, this is just a defense of anti-intellectualism. Okay? This is anti-intellectualism masquerading as like some sort of understanding of humanity, like, oh, this is my philosophical approach. It's like, no, it's not. You need to do both. Okay. Understanding incentives and understanding humans is essential to doing analysis, but without any sort of factually accurate reporting, your analysis is always going to fall short. Of course, when you're on the right, you don't have to care about any of those things. And you can say, my feelings are what matter. My ignorance actually is more important than your knowledge. My feelings are more important than your facts. Okay? And you can, as long as you have a big enough platform, as long as you have a lot of other people backing you because you're, again, whispering sweet nothings into their ear about how this administration is actually awesome, okay? Then as long as the administration has some kind of base of support, either internationally, in the case of Asmongold, by a lot of right-wing Europeans, even though that's going to fall apart soon too, or you know, your neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or whatever the fuck, then you don't have to do the reading. You don't have to do it at all. You can just like repeat the same shit that you see on Twitter, which is ironic because for the longest time, my naysayers on the liberal side, the destinies of the world, claimed that I didn't actually do any fucking reading at all. And I was a dumb moron who doesn't know anything and inconsistent and hypocritical and only rely on Twitter posts for my commentary. And that's so funny because that's literally what Asmongold is doing. And Asmongold, as a matter of fact, was able to develop himself as a political commentator because of all the fucking disparaging nonsense that centrists and liberals and objective commentators in the slop tube sphere did to disparage someone like myself. What is this? Wait, what? 40K viewers and no comments almost? Viewbot or motherfucker? Did you think that because I paused the comments on the side of the screen that there are no comments happening in the chat? Yeah. For the longest time, my ops who presented themselves presented themselves as like objective people, you know, like liberal centrists, and they tried to attack me as like a dangerous, scary person, constantly demanding why aren't there others who are, you know, fighting back against Hassan and against the madness that he represents, all this like crazy wokeness, or you know, all this craziness that he represents with like socialism. It'll never happen. It's a dream. It's a scary one too. And there you have it. You built up someone. You built up an alternative. Now you hate it. Okay? Now you fucking hate it. And it's ironic because every single thing that they said about me falsely, even though I might not be the greatest orator or have the same level of confidence that comes from Dunning-Kruger, the stupidity that a lot of these people maintain, that gives them this like ridiculous confidence in behaving as though they're totally right when they're wrong. Okay? Even though I might not have those things, I am very knowledgeable. I am very well read. This is something that I did study. This is something that I've been doing for many, many years. And also on top of that, I'm very consistent, right? That's why you can go back to videos from 2018 and see the exact same things that I was saying back then as I am now. Unfortunately, because things have not changed. And as a matter of fact, they've only gotten worse. I used to avoid political commentators, and I assumed Hassan was right-wing for some reason. Yeah, I was shadow banned on election night 2024. I still got 314,000 people in here tuning in to see what I had to say about the election. And yet I was shadow banned off the platform because a lot of these other guys who are liberals, who are centrist themselves, who are apolitical themselves, who now hate ICE and hate Donald Trump, by the way, and they did back then as well, spent every fucking waking moment leading up to the election trying to get me banned, trying to get me deplatformed before the election, working with congresspersons like Richie Torres, for example, who sent Amazon a sternly worded letter with a congressional letterhead demanding that I, as a dangerous left-wing figure who was an anti-Semite because I was, daring to oppose the nation state of Israel and its genocide, was the real person that was the only person that should be deplatformed off of Twitch. Okay, you still are, by the way. Yeah, exactly, and that hasn't really stopped. I was fucking blacklisted. I was blacklisted, and yet I still was able to bring in 315,000 people, 317,000 people tuning in to see what I had to say about the election. But just think about that. What do you think is going to happen in that process? Of course, people are going to go and seek out other alternatives if they can't find me on the fucking, they can't find me on the main page on the night of the goddamn election. Thank you. Closed presents with 100 gifted subs and open presents with 100 gifted subs. God damn.
If you can understand that, then nothing else matters. It's pretty simple.
Anyway, it is pretty wild that he just openly says, like, I am not well read at all, and I'm not interested in being well read at all. It's just common sense. Like, he's giving the game away. But unfortunately, for right-wingers, this is just how it works. Here's a journalist, Stephen Azark, saying, about a month or so back, I asked Asmongold fans to meet me in the real world to talk, but none of them took me up on the offer. Instead, I got hundreds of replies and messages saying I didn't understand him, how I should just watch his streams and not just the clips. So I did, and learned that Zach doesn't care. He will put on a video he doesn't understand the full context of and rant about it with extreme right-wing bias. It's vitriol for 6 hours straight, a handpicked selection of clips designed to invoke anger without critical thinking. I genuinely believe that there are people here for his gaming takes, and I'm so worried that they are getting radicalized by Twitch's most powerful and least researched streamer. It's crazy, but stupid sells. And it's not just that he's like foolishly spewing toxic bile. Okay. He also is followed by the vice president, or followed by Elon Musk, is in correspondence with Elon Musk. He's admitted directly that he is a regime propagandist that is having these sorts of conversations with people in positions of power. And that is the reason why I cover Asmongold. Even though people go, why do you cover Asmon? It's pointless. Motherfucker, the vice president is retweeting him. Okay? The real world is stupid as fuck, especially this administration. You're not talking about some random fucking loser who sits in filth. You're talking about a random fucking loser who sits in filth, who is in direct contact with Elon Musk, the most powerful person on the fucking planet, the wealthiest billionaire on the fucking planet, who is doing regime propaganda to a fairly sizable audience on a daily fucking basis, who's getting retweeted by the fucking vice president. I know he is repulsive. I know it annoys you when I cover him. I get it. You fancy yourself to be this heightened intellectual, okay? You fancy yourself to be this heightened intellectual, and you feel like this is dumb to do. The reality of the matter is people are dumb, and this kind of dumbass bullshit actually does numbers. Doesn't research, has never had a job, lives alone in a messy house, a multimillionaire from playing video games, has no academic background in human psychology, just gets angry at the world and blames his problems on others. Like, he is a more prominent fixture in right-wing commentary now than like Fox News is, at least for our age demographic, okay? That's it. Do you support abolishing ICE? Independent voters, 48% say yes. 36% say no.
All right.
Andrew Callahan has a reply for Nick Shitley. Asman literally said Jews have bad things to say about Jesus, and this chat is accused of anti-Semitism. Anyway, the guy opens someone's chat who disagree with him, trying to dismantle to prove his narrative. Of course, the whole debate is controlled by him because he's the streamer and he can redirect any conversation out of context. He's pretending to be unbiased, but in reality, he's super right-wing supporter and probably a sellout. He apologized last year, and I'm sure he has to apologize sometime in the future again. He already has. He already did it with the fucking Greenland invasion thing. Initially, with the Greenland invasion, he was in support of it because it's based and it's MAGA. But his European right-winger audience got really mad at him, and they were like, "You're treating us like we're brown people. How dare you fucking justify this?" And he had to literally say, "I'm sorry for saying it. I realized Denmark actually played a very important role in American imperialism around the world." So Macron begs for Beijing's help.
China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe.
He's wearing Joe Biden glasses because he has like his eye is bleeding, okay? Anyway, China's vice premier tells Davos world cannot revert to the law of the jungle. A select few countries should not have privileges based on self-interest, and the world cannot revert to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. All countries have the right to protect their legitimate interests. He Feng, Chinese vice premier, also says, we should firmly support free trade.
And jointly promote a universally beneficial and inclusive economic globalization. Economic globalization, driven by international specialization, collaboration, complementary strengths, and the pursuit of win-win, is a prevailing trend of history. It has benefited many countries, including China, and enabled them to achieve fast development. On the contrary, tariffs...
They fucking love trade maxing, dude. They will die if they don't trade max, okay? They love trade maxing so hard. They're like, please, let us trade more, please. They will trade max with the RSS in India. They will trade max with the military junta and also those who are opposing it. They will trade with anyone. Trade must continue. Do you understand?
And trade wars have no winners. Beyond driving up costs for production and trade, they fragment the world economy and disrupt the global distribution of resources.
We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and the most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States.
This is our liberal, okay? Which way Western man? If this man wins, or if this man runs, and wins in the primary, America is fucked. Okay? It will revert back to the old system at a time when change is an absolute necessity. It will revert back to the old system. All the European fucking vassals will turn around and go, oh, thank God we avoided the worst possible outcome here. And then Tucker Carlson will bring about the Fourth Reich. We cannot let this happen. Yeah, I did talk about how Mark Carney said you and I were right about the rule-based order. He did. He fucking openly and readily admitted it. I still don't trust Carney that much, but I do think that he cares about Canada. And I do think that he cares about Canadian sovereignty at least, which is more than I can say about many of these other fucking European leaders like Keir Starmer. God, what a pathetic cuck he is. Holy shit.
Damn, this guy's good.